Oh, he got rugged.
Yeah, he's rugged.
He did.
It happens. He'll probably be back.
We
got Charles Hoskinson here.
We could buy Cardano.
Is this Cap? Bro, he's requesting. This is
I
electric.
added him.
This is electric. Bro, no fucking way. Dude, the Cardano founder, can you shill Cardano to me, please? Because I don't have any. Charles?
Hey, guys.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Yo.
What's good, man?
What's going on, dude?
Yeah, I'm just enjoying my love-hate relationship with Twitter Spaces right now. I keep getting rugged because the Android app is terrible. And then I don't have an iPhone, so I tried the iPad app, and apparently you cannot connect to Spaces and speak or host with an iPad.
Oh, don't get me started, Charles.
Desktop.
I'll get angry.
Desktop app is terrible too.
We do not like the tech.
We don't like the tech. The Twitter shareholders are mad about the hexagons. Let's not talk about that.
Don't get CP going on Twitter.
Chase, at least you can be a rectangle inside of a hexagon. That's pretty cool.
I'm a circle just for you, CP. I stayed a circle for you.
Yeah, it's my way of just like boycotting, more or less. I'm not going to get the hexagon as much as I feel excluded sometimes. But Twitter shareholders. Well, so I don't know. Well, let's not go. I could say a lot about this whole situation. But yeah, Charles, you're not rugged. I heard you perfectly, and it's cool to hear from you. Like, I mean, you like founded Cardano. It's like a kind of a big deal. He's rugged. Well,
he's rugged. Yeah.
You're blessed.
No,
You're blessed.
He'll be fine. He'll come back.
Charles,
He muted.
I wonder if Charles likes NFTs.
There he goes. Is
Maybe
he there,
we can
Charles?
ask him.
Well, there's Cardano NFTs.
I bet he loves the lemons.
Oh, he's rugged.
He's rugged. Oh, he's coming back. He ain't leaving. He ain't leaving.
He loves the lemons. Charles loves the lemons.
No, we're not shilling him lemons. No,
He
we're
wants
not
a
shilling lemons.
he wants a Cardano.
Charles, you're back. Talk to me, brother. Please unrug yourself.
I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
You're good.
Oh, yeah.
You're good.
You're good.
Let's bash
You're back.
Twitter again. I'm just kidding. We're on their app. We love you. Just kidding. I don't love them, but it's fine. Charles, yeah, I mean, I have a lot to say about Twitter. Like, you can't like join the spaces from your desktop and talk, which never made sense to me. But like, you can pay $2.99 for a hexagon.
Don't fud my hexagon.
I'm sorry.
It's so worth it. I don't know, but
We
that's
have
Charles
if I
here.
pay like
Like,
$2.99. Do I get like a blue hexagon? How does that work?
Dude, it's a joke, Charles. Don't even get me started, bro. Like, all right, so you see my friend next to me with his hexagon rectangle. So basically, I can right-click copy, right-click save his PFP, go make a second collection. Here's my main complaint. Anyone who fudded me for fudding Twitter, listen up. So I will copy paste into a new collection called, Rectangle B or some shit. And basically, I will link my Twitter to that, and then it will literally look exactly the same. What's the issue? If I pop up on the timeline, my thing will look exactly like when milked. And more or less, it would require 2 full clicks down for you to verify. That's way too much effort. And like, you think these degens on Twitter that are just aping into everything are going to click 2x down? There's no shot. Like, so I just think they failed to sort of optimize it. I know they say it's like a beta. Well, why are you making people pay for something that's in a beta? Like, I just have so many issues with how Twitter manages their product. Like, I just make me pay $10 and give me an actual product. All right. Like, they're like, oh God. All right.
Yeah, so basically people can just
copy. They can just copy someone's picture, mint it as their own, as a new thing on OpenSea, and then they can set it and verify it on Twitter, and Twitter will pick it up as a verified picture, even though it's a copy.
You would have to click 2 times
horrible.
down.
How did none of them think of this?
Guys, I had a fight with Jack Dorsey over 2 years ago. I because he follows me on Twitter, and this was before I was verified. And so I sent him a PM. I'm like, Jack, you know who I am. Can you please give me a blue check mark? We're having a crazy amount of impersonation occurring on a regular basis. And he said, oh, no, we don't do that. There's a special process for verification. And then Then they just started verifying everybody. They like verified the other Charles Hoskinson, who's some journalist and all this other stuff. And every time they verified somebody, I would send a screenshot over a PM to Jack. And he's like, there is a process, Charles. I said, what's the process? Can you tell me? He's like, well, we'll get back to you. And for like 2 years, it went back and forth until a Twitter employee who's a Cardano fan like started lobbying internally and then sending these emails to people saying, well, why haven't we verified the following list of people? And they were verifying people at like 50 followers, like some journalist in Estonia or something like that. They'd verify it. And I had like 800,000 and obviously all this media and stuff. And then eventually I just woke up one day and I had a blue check mark. No explanation, no email, no nothing. I was like, okay, that's the most
that's
passive aggressive
so
blue
Charles,
check mark ever.
So you had to hassle literally harder than anyone for a simple blue check. So here's what I'll say. Listen up, Twitter. If whoever's listening, because I know somebody's listening, I would like a blue check. So please give me one. Thank you.
I would take one too if we're giving
there was a practical reason because we were tracking the amount of impersonations. And every week there's 500 to 1,000 YouTube giveaway scams, and at that particular period of time, it was very common for for Twitter impersonations. There were over 1,000 fake Chipotle accounts created every week by bots. Over 1,000.
Well, you're going to make it, Charles. I think that's what they would tell me when people impersonate me. My friends are like, oh, you're going to make it, pizza. I'm like, are you sure? Like, I guess. But so 1,000 is a lot of impersonations. Like, I'm like, I get like 2. And I'm like, wow.
McDonald's did follow Charles today, which is big news.
Charles, I followed you. I just followed you, Charles. I'm just going to put that out there. But we're friends now, I guess. So, you're always welcome to hang out on Spaces. Sometimes we just talk about serious stuff, but we also joke around sometimes. So
sometimes we talk about NFTs. That's how we roll.
Yeah, like this nipple cat that I got over here.
Yeah. Charles, are you in any NFT like PFP projects or anything?
Oh boy.
Well, I'm doing an NFT project called Crypto Bison. So we're actually creating a video game, and we're tokenizing all the bison from my ranch up in Wyoming. So that's really fun because you get to do like a physical meets digital thing, plus build a video game. And obviously, there's a lot of NFTs on Cardano. There's over 2 million of them on Cardano that have been issued, and there's a pretty vibrant NFT community with the NFTs. So it's growing because the native asset standard makes it ridiculously easy to issue an NFT. It's a lot lower cost to do airdrops than it is on Ethereum. So it's a fun little vertical that's been growing exponentially since May of last year.
So Cardano has NFTs. I've never ventured over there. I guess I'm an ETH maxi. I'm an ETH maxi when it comes to NFTs. So maybe I did some Soul.
Check out CNFT.io.
So how do I do this, Charles? Like, show me Cardano NFTs. Like, where do I go? Like, when I buy Cardano, then what do I do?
Yeah, I mean, see CNFT.io. It's been running for a while, and as I said, there's about 2 million that have been issued. But I'm not going to,
No,
Cardano
I'm gonna get involved. I'm gonna pump some Cardano NFTs one day. I'm just kidding, but maybe I'm gonna look into it. I'll tell you that much. So,
Wait, I want to know more about this Bison video game.
Oh, that's alpha. Holy shit! I mean, Charles,
Bison video game. There's even a Twitter account for it. If you just Google Crypto Bison.
Is it verified?
Oh man.
Okay.
Hey, Charles. Do you know Kanye West? Is he your neighbor out there? Is he involved with the Bison?
Which neighbor? What now?
Kanye. I know he has a bunch of land out there. I didn't know if he was your neighbor.
Oh, Kanye West.
May have some bison.
No, Kanye doesn't have bison. He does have a lot of animals. He has some Clydesdales, and I think he might be running some cattle. But his ranch is up in Cody, and mine is in Wheatland. And he's gotten into crazy amounts of trouble with all the shenanigans he's got. The governor of Wyoming had to call. I was having dinner with the governor of Wyoming, and he told me that he had to call Kanye over a video that he live streamed on an ATV where he was chasing pronghorn. And that's totally illegal. So he's like, dude, you got to cut it out.
He thinks he's starting his own state out there. All the stuff he's doing. It's wild.
No, the crazy one is Jeffree Star. Do you guys know about him?
Please tell me.
Do tell.
I've heard some stuff.
Spill some tea.
Keep talking, please.
Charles got the alpha.
He does.
No, he got rugged.
Oh my god.
Come back.
Did he get rugged?
All right, we're gonna have to like.
Oh no.
Poor Kanye.
He'll be
My
back.
heart was
No, he's
shaking. I had
requesting.
some questions for him.
He'll be back. We gotta rug somebody up here. Someone's got to rug. Oh no.
Okay.
This is so sad.
No, Rex is requesting. This is the most legendary thing of all time. We need Rex up here with Charles. This is all right. Hold the phone.
Go.
We need to fix this situation here.
Wait, where did Charles go? Did you get
Charles?
Erica, what's up?
Hey guys, I want
Hey,
to
feeling okay?
something. Oh, you're here.
Charles is up.
Welcome back,
He's
Charles.
back. He made it.
So Jeffree
Charles,
Star is this.
other than
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Erica.
okay, no, Jeffree Star is more important. You go.
It's my MySpace dreams, Jeffree Star.
Spill alpha, Charles. Tell us.
I gotta hear it.
I know Erica was talking. Go ahead.
I think she actually had a question for you.
Oh yeah. Someone asked you what PFP projects you had, and then I didn't hear the answer. I think you said something about having your own project, but do you have any other projects that you like or really like the community of that you want to share?
Yeah, the problem I run into is anytime I say I like something, it constitutes kind of an endorsement, and I'm getting to a point where that creates issues. So I try to stay as neutral as possible, and I usually talk about technology and infrastructure, and obviously there's the things we do and we announce, and privately there's some things that I really enjoy and like, but I try to stay as neutral as possible because it always ends up poorly. Because either it creates unrealistic positive or negative expectations. I'm a fairly controversial person.
Whoa! Charles! Too many whiskeys, buddy? Charles, come back. Yo.
He likes the lemons.
This room rugged me like 5 times.
No,
it's really bad.
Twitter can't handle the smoke. We got too much. We got too much smoke in this fucking space right now. Holy fuck! How this got out of control. Honestly, I was just trying to. Oh god! I just looked at how many people were here. I'm like, what the fuck?
I made a video today about the whole Card Starter Sunday Swap thing, and Cointelegraph has already carried it, and then we also got CoinDesk carrying it. It's like literally every video I make, there's some media outlet that carries something, and so if I say hey, I like this project or I like that project, I just go crazy. The other day I just joined the what is it, Safe Moon, their little chat thing, and I just silently was sitting and listening. I've never heard of Safe Moon before, and there were like 700 people tweeting Charles is in Safe Moon, and I was like, okay, I gotta get out of
here. Yeah, run, bro.
Man, those crazy journalists, right?
Wait, did you just say you bought a little lemon and then, or?
No, let's not. No, time out. Charles is saying that
technology and infrastructure only.
Charles is saying that he LARPs, is what I understand. And
he
for
looks
all
like
you
a little
know,
lemon. He would love a little lemon.
Let's not. We're not endorsing any NFT projects. I own 0 Little Lemons. I won't endorse them right now,
except for Cool Man.
For the Bison.
You don't know what happens tomorrow. But
let's get back to that Jeffree Star piece from Charles.
So, what? Well, can we just back this truck up for a second and just and so. This is, I just opened this space just to like talk to my friends about crypto tonight, like I would like in a random night in October. And like, it's at the point where our friend group, we're just like vibing with fucking Charles fucking Hoskinson, who like founded Cardano. Like, it's pretty insane, honestly. So
crazy.
I just want to thank all my friends and everybody for just coming to hang out, and like, it's super dope that we can get together.
You are just a great host, and that's how it ended up. Like, no matter when you always start these rooms, and somehow they always end up with like thousands of people listening and amazing people joining and sharing their knowledge. So let's go, Pizza, let's go.
The leader, dude.
He's
gonna
Wait, so what happened with Jeffree Star before I rudely interrupted?
I have no idea what's going on. honestly.
So Jeffree Star, it was like a California makeup baron. He kind of got a very exotic lifestyle, and then just woke up one day and said, "I'm going to buy like property in Wyoming," and then transferred all of the business interests and the entire life to Wyoming, and got even so far as to actually start raising albino yaks. So that's like a real Wyoming native. It's the craziest fucking thing because Jeffrey actually has like a pink Bentley and a pink Rolls Royce. And every now and then you'll see him driving by in a fucking pink, sparkly Rolls Royce in the middle of damn Wyoming, which is the craziest thing. And a very large gun collection where the guns are all glittery.
No way.
You got those Paris Hilton vibes, you know?
That is alpha.
I want a rose gold Tesla. This sounds a lot of fun.
Yeah, just Google Jeffree Star and you'll get the idea.
I'll take a bedazzled AK-47.
I will stay far away from Keith if he has one of those.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna Google Jeffree Star. Like I believe you. Like
I'm taking your word.
I'll take your word for it, man.
Lozy, what up, dude?
Yo, what's up, guys?
What up, Lozy? Let's
Yo,
go.
how does Cold Pizza get 800 people in here to talk some smack? I fucking love it, man.
Oh, jeez.
Yo,
I don't know, man. All I know is it's cool that all my friends are hanging out with me, talking on spaces, and it doesn't matter what the price is, unless it goes to zero. Then we're probably fucked. But, yeah.
We buy more.
Because of tonight, I'm buying Cardano.
We got Cardano. Yeah, I'm buying Cardano simply because we vibed with Charles. That's not financial advice. I'm doing it simply because he just came and vibed and hung out, and like that's so fucking fire, honestly.
Yo, I gotta say to Charles, my mom called me like 2 years ago, and she's like, "I just bought Cardano," and I'm like, "What's Cardano?" And she like dropped. It's so dope when my mom like just drops the knowledge on me. And she's like a Cardano maxi, my guy. She loves it, dude. Like so like when I tell her that I was just on the spaces with you, she's gonna fucking freak, man. But yeah, I just wanted to say that, dude. Yo.
So we all just became Cardano shells. I'm not mad about it. He's rugged again. Twitter doesn't like Charles. Like they gave him a hard time with his blue check.
That Jeffree Star story was awesome. Just low key, like.
What's up, Chase?
Does Twitter Blue verify non-ETH NFTs?
No, it's only ETH right now.
It's only Maxi, bro.
Yeah, not even Polygon.
Rexy spoke.
Oh, really? No L2s.
Rex spoke. We're going to bro up only. Rex spoke on spaces.
Rexy
up only.
Bro, I haven't been like talking to spaces in a while, bro.
Sexy
Rexy. We love you, Rexy.
Miss you, Rex.
Yo, what? Is Charles still talking? I kind of have a question for him.
He's up here still. Rex and Charles walk into a Twitter spaces. This is insanity.
He keeps getting rugged though.
Yeah, he's
here. How you doing?
What? Corey, what's up, buddy?
What up?
Yo, we love Corey.
Hey, what's your question? Just grinding the downslopes in this market.
All right, you and Charles together grinding the downslopes, man. Just holding hands.
Yo, what? Charles dumping on us. Yo,
Charles, Devs, do something, please.
What the fuck is going
Charles,
on?
call your friends, bro. Help me. I don't want to work for McDonald's, no offense, but like that guy who posted a picture thinks it's funny, but that shit ain't funny, bro.
Well, I did ask them if they said sloppy beef, but I have no idea if they're going to get back to me.
Dude, every McDonald's joke today was funny. McDonald's tweeting
I
was
laughed
funny.
a lot today.
Whoever made the doodle picture as McDonald's was funny.
Yeah, I definitely think it's good that you can kind of make a laugh out of it because you can't take everything in life so fucking serious, honestly. But at the same time, like you got to make sure you're not over invested. Those people are down bad right now.
It definitely could happen.
Well, it's a bit too late for this advice now, huh?
Oh yeah. Well, listen, Arena. Everyone knows I'm the king fodder of ETH, and when ETH was like, no one liked my post. I got like 2 favorites on that bear post, and I'm like, what the hell, guys? Can you be nice to me?
My cheeks hurt right now because I'm smiling so much. This is like so unreal. I like my cheeks are like they hurt.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Well, it's from joy. So this is awesome. Thank you guys.
I should have changed my PFP way earlier today. This was too late.
Oh, let's go. I like the Hard Rock Nick version. I like the Hard Rock Nick version personally.
Yeah, we'll switch to devs do something here shortly.
Please give us the devs do something. Devs, please. I'm down tremendously. If you just beg, ask nicely, maybe they'll listen. Like I know, like Looks devs did. Wait, OpenSea devs did something. They put like the listings thing on like the page.
So did the Looks devs. The Looks devs had a big day today.
Yeah, they did. The devs did something.
Yeah, I don't know if people realize, but they now made it so where you can filter listings by floor price, from low to high, just like on OpenSea. So now you can actually use the platform as equally as OpenSea. It's great.
And the percentage is only 2% fee you pay, and you also get rewards. Looks to the moon. Not financial advice.
When you sell something or buy something, not only is it a lower fee, you get rewards for doing so. It's incredible.
All right, we're gonna check the price here, Rex. I'm scared, buddy. It's been a while.
Not great. The price is not great, bro. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh no,
bro! I did Cardano as the PFP just because of Charles. Thank you, Charles.
It's electric.
Yo, Rex, what was your question that you had earlier?
Oh, my question. I was just gonna ask why he left like the Ethereum team.
Oh shit, that's juicy.
Oh, that's
Rex. When he opens his mouth, this is what he actually asks.
Everybody clear the floor.
Rex, Keith's PFP is killing me, bro. I'm dead, bro.
I'm a Cardano maxi.
Bored apes are at 93 ETH, bro.
Bro, USD value, they're down.
Spud, dude.
It's about the ETH, bro.
They'll go higher.
Dude, is Macy the play, man?
Chill, bro. I'm here for the art, Rex. I can't buy MAYC.
Brutal. I don't mind it.
Rex,
I don't know. It has a flavor.
Rex, the floor is yours, yo. Hit that question.
I asked it, bro. But,
yeah, he answered. Hey, Charles, what's up?
Charles, you good, bro?
I mean, Rex, you know the answer. It's well documented. The dirty laundry's out there back and forth, and the he said, she said is now in 3 different books in a fucking movie that's coming. Come on, ask a real question.
I don't know.
Listen, Charles. I may not be Kobe. This might not be up only. They're fucking sleeping on us, bro. That's all I'm going to say, all right? So let the haters keep hating. I don't know what the beef is with Vitalik or ETH or whatever.
There's a beef. I didn't know
I'm sure there's beef. I don't know. I never looked into it. But I'm sure there's... Listen,
there were 8 founders, guys. It had to break one way or the other way, and Vitalik went his way, I went my way. People always ask, what would have happened if I stayed at Ethereum? Ethereum would have looked like Cardano. We'd just be a few years ahead of the game right now. So, we kind of ran both experiments in parallel.
Well, my uncle called me once, and I didn't know he even got into crypto. He's like, hey, man. He's like, I bought crypto. I'm like, what'd you get? He's like, Cardano. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about, dude? So I don't know. There's like a weird, I feel like it's pretty popular cryptocurrency, relatively speaking. And it's not Dogecoin.
Yeah, we're approaching 3 million installed wallets. That's something.
3 mil installed wallets. Is there any sort of? So wait. C.NFT. What? Please tell me this while I'm at otherwise.
IO. It's cnft.io. All one word.
CNFT. I'm clicking buttons. This shit's fucking happening.
Carlos, Ned, Frank,
Tony. Trouble. Wait, Cardano's at $1? That sounds like a nice round number. Interesting. Charles, what are you doing over there, buddy? Anything cooking? I like round numbers. That's all I'm saying. And
I don't know, that Camel Club NFT.
Oh, we had, bro, not the camel, bro.
This is the Camel Club. We got the 3D glasses.
It's the Bison. Dose, what's going on, bro?
We like the Bison.
Yo, Keith, by the way, your avatar killing me.
Hilarious.
I'm willing to be Cardano's poster boy. I'll say it right now. I will lay my life on the line for Cardano, and I won't stop.
Bro, I'm just dying because...
Could you explain how Cardano works?
Yeah. Wait. Before he does that, can we just acknowledge the fact that Keith's header name is Topshot Keith.eth, and he literally has a fucking Cardano PFP. I'm literally fucking dying. But yeah,
I bought the name, but I'll change it to .Cardano if we strike a deal.
Wait, so hold on, Charles. Time out. I'm going on. No, we're gonna have some live feedback. This might be good. This might be bad. All right, Charles. I'm on cnft.io right now. I'm fucking looking at this shit, and I clicked login, and I gotta enter my email address. This reminds me of OpenSea. I have to enter my email address.
I'm sorry. I know you said it like 4 times. What's the website address?
cnft.io. I mean, I'm going to check it out further, but I don't like entering email addresses personally. Can't I just connect a wallet and just be out of here? Fuck.
So
Web 2 shit. I'm fucking over this Web 2 shit. All right, we're not going to get mad. That's cool. This is all
Those
good.
camels look interesting, though.
On the website you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, let me feed this. I bought a Solana.
Wait till you see Raging Teens.
Soho Kids.
Teens clan.
Soho Kids. Oh, dude, Camel Club. I'm shook out of my mind. Good God. I just got a glance. Is that a trait or is that on all?
We like the Camel Club.
That's 500. Hold the fucking phone. All right. I don't know if I can get behind this. Charles, what have you done to me? So is this all right? So everyone always talks about Tezos NFTs and shit. Yo, if I'm gonna fucking degen, I'm just gonna go with my boy Charles at this rate.
Dude, you have to look up Camel Club number 4542.
Is it me?
Oh, I'm looking at it. Dude, the neck is
I see it. It's on the homepage, bro. It's disgusting. Is that a trait or is that on all of them?
It's a 1 of 1.
Oh my! It's only 500 Cardanos. I'll pay a zillion Cardanos.
Oh my God!
If I had this set up, I would ape in so hard. Charles, why did you do this to me, buddy? Don't.
Oh
this
gosh.
is. I'm gonna.
What trait is that?
CNBC is underexposed to Cardano NFTs. That's all I'm saying. So that being said,
Mouth Bolchinian.
Yo, so yeah, Bitcoin's down only again. So it was fun. The bull market was fun while it lasted, a few hours.
All right, I've been
in the Bitcoin space since early 2011, late 2010. You know how many fucking crashes I have been through?
What's the sentiment, Charles? Are we fucked? Or
how many crashes, Charles? Charles, actually, let me ask you a real question. What crashes stand out to you out of all of them?
Yeah, okay. So I remember when we were sub $1 and we hit $1 for the first time, and that was fucking crazy. Because we used to trade Bitcoin on spreadsheets over Bitcoin Talk and other forums. And you'd be like, hey, I want to buy 200 Bitcoin. And people are like, well, that'll be $180. You're like, come on, I should get a bulk discount. And they say, no. And you'd haggle, and you say you settle 150 for 100 Bitcoin or some shit like that. And then you use PayPal to settle, and you ask in the forums who's gonna be the escrow, and then somebody I'll do it. It's oh yeah, he has a good rep. I'll use Bruno or whatever. And then I remember when we actually got our first few exchanges, Bitcoin went way up to $30. And we were like, holy shit, this thing is pretty awesome, man. And then it collapsed down to $4. And it just got Suicideville, pessimism land. This was right around, I think, 2011. And it just stuck there for almost 2 years, and just in perpetuity. And then it went in 2013 up to $250 after the Cypriot crisis. And then everybody started coming in. The media started talking about it. Bitcoin broke $1 billion market cap the first time. And then it collapsed to $80. And it just kind of sat at 80 for a little bit. And then we had the Mastercoin ICO. That was the first ICO. That was about $500,000 was raised. Then it went from $80 to $1,200. And I'll never forget, because that happened right around Mo Levin's Bitcoin conference down in Miami. And this was January of 2014. So that was the first time everybody started getting a little rich. So
He's a billionaire.
Rugged.
He said
All
no
right.
So
he got
he's
rugged.
dumping the coin.
I changed my profile picture to
I changed it
Cardano.
too, Erica.
Everyone up here just changed their profile.
You're
It
inspired.
looks like coronavirus, but
Yeah, fuck it. We vibe.
That's rug number 4 in county.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
It was crazy, man. People were renting Lambos, and some of these Bitcoin guys were buying out all strip clubs and everything. And it was just 3 days of crazy partying that everybody did. And then very quickly, Mt. Gox kind of fell apart, and Bitcoin went in this slow, methodical decline all the way down to $250. And it just kind of camped there for a long time. And then suddenly in 2017, Bitcoin went from $250 at the beginning of the year. Then we had ICO mania all the way up to $20,000. And I remember going to Consensus in New York City. And this was right when the EOS ICO was going on, and they raised like $4 billion. And Ethereum hit, I think, $2,000 for the first time. And the space was even crazier. I had never seen anything like it. And then that January of 2018, Mo had his Bitcoin conference down in Miami, which is kind of like the bellwether for how crazy and frothy it gets. And they also had a conference in Malta that year where McAfee went to. God, it was crazy hanging out with McAfee. That guy was like 75, and it's like basically there's no blood in his veins. It was just pure cocaine. Everywhere he went, he'd have like 20 girls with him and guns and boats and. So it was pretty crazy times. And then it crashed and all the way down to about $4,000. It just kind of stuck there at $4,000 for a while. And then it went up to 64,000 and everybody just lost their fucking minds. And, now it's down to 30. So I've seen it all, from sub $1 all the way up to where it's at now. So it's kind of funny when everybody's like doom and gloom. It's a bear market. I'm like, dude, I did a course on Bitcoin called Bitcoin or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Crypto. I got over 70,000 students. And the last lecture was talking about like, what would it take for Bitcoin to get to $10,000? I was making these slides when Bitcoin was like $4. And then it's kind of spurred up to like 80 at the time when the course came out. And so just this idea that Bitcoin could hit $10,000 was batshit crazy. And now it's at 30 and we're all like, oh my God, what will we do? Life is so hard. The problem is that the flow and stock model doesn't work when you have a lot of synthetic Bitcoin and fractional Bitcoin. The model assumes only a 21 million supply with a deflationary policy. But if you can create synthetic fractional reserve assets, then it absorbs the normal dynamics of flow and stock. But if you actually look at flow and stock, it's held pretty reliably since 2011, with some variation here and there. And if that's to be believed, we could probably see $100,000, $150,000 Bitcoin in the next 12, 24 months. What's your alternative?
You say $150,000 Bitcoin, Charles?
Yeah, what's the alternative?
Oh my fuck. You're making it late at night, buddy. I'm cuddled up in my blanket. You're telling me $150,000.
Wait a second.
Guys, take a step back and think about the alternative.
Charles,
the US dollar.
Charles, listen up, Charles. Listen, I love macro talk. I love all this. I posted some cold pizza technical analysis of Cardano, and I need the devs to do something pretty fucking soon because this might be the worst chart I've ever seen in my life, Charles.
You talking about ADA? Sorry, you cut out.
I did just post some TA, and like it looks like a double top, and like if it breaks down here at under $1, I'm gonna be working at the local fast food restaurant very soon because
you got to zoom out a little bit. There's everything is correlated.
Is Rex here still? Oh no, he's gone. Rex,
everything's correlated.
Rex. He told
you, Charles.
Rex, he said zoom out, bro. I'm done.
I just bought 8,080.
Oh boy.
Because I am Cardano strong. I'm Cardano strong.
Lord. Keith, that's a strong Keith is a very smart person. Like he tends to do well. Like Keith somehow every time the guy Charles, that's big news for you. I mean, it's not going to be headline on CNBC, but between you and me, buddy, that's big news. So nice, man.
Charles, what do you think Cardano does best that no other chain does? What do you think is your niche?
Well, I always term it like a third generation cryptocurrency. And so it's distinctly different because the way we built the protocols, they're designed to scale as users join. We have a lot of interoperability stuff that we've done with the sidechain model we've designed. And then where we really shine long term, I think, is on the governance side of things. So it's recursive in that you can actually update the system through a voting system. And so what that functionally means is that you don't run into these really contentious hard forks like what Bitcoin has.
Can you remind me, do you have on-chain governance in any fashion?
Yes, and it's done right now through a sidechain called Catalyst, but there's an update system called the Hard Fork Combinator. And over time, that's going to be completely on-chain. So there's right now an off-chain component that runs in a separate network we built called Catalyst. And we're kind of pulling those two pieces together alongside two other sidechains. So one sidechain is designed for EVM interoperability, and then the other sidechain is designed for a virtual machine called Yella, which is made for interoperability with more mainstream languages. So that's a feature slated for 2022. And right now we're using it just for the Catalyst Fund, which is about $1 billion worth of ADA, and the community controls it. And they've already funded about 300 ventures with it. So there's a lot of goodness there on the governance side. And we took a lot of lessons from what's happened in the DAO side of the space with all these different interesting DAO projects in Ethereum, alongside a lot of e-voting research, because a lot of the cryptographers that work on Cardano have done about 20 years of research with e-voting. So we kind of said, hey, let's add some better voting protocols, and let's do a lot of on-chain governance mechanisms, and let's build a really clever device to initiate a hard fork that allows you to have kind of backward compatibility with it. It's called the Hard Fork Combinator. So we're actually able to reliably have hard forks, like several every year, without any disruption of the system. And, it's literally just a small scale upgrade, whereas other systems are really contentious and controversial, and you're kind of, you may have an old chain running at the same time as the new chain. But, that's just one area. And then there's also the scalability protocols where we really thought carefully about a programming model that is massively parallel. So we created something called extended UTXO. So we started with what Bitcoin had with UTXO. And we said, that's a really good model. The problem is it doesn't really allow you to do a lot with state manipulation. So the problem there is you can't really build anything functional. You can move value around and do multi-sig, but you can't run like a DEX or other things like that. So we had to kind of figure out how do you extend that model to a point where you actually could deploy a DEX, an Oracle, a stablecoin. But the great part about it is that if you can figure that out, you don't need to have global state inside the system. And so you actually get determinism and predictable pricing and a lot of ways to optimize off-chain transactions. So like when you go into a Lightning style network, you can have isomorphism with that network. So we kind of built that model over a 4-year period. And we rolled it out last year in September, and we've been iterating and refining it. And there's the first wave of dApps are kind of coming. And then we're turning on all the scalability features like pipelining and input and workers this year. So each time we do that, get a 10x in throughput, and that should be able to accommodate most, if not all, the DeFi applications that people would want to run on the main chain for the foreseeable future. And then anything else can be run off-chain through rollups or through state channels or sidechains. So it's just a really well thought out ecosystem and never shut down. It's actually processing, if you go to Masari's index, almost as much value as Ethereum, some days even more value than Ethereum in just daily value transfer. And, they had like $50 million in fees yesterday. We had like $50,000 in fees for the same amount of value to move. So there's a large amount of adoption. The blocks are saturated already to 90%, and we're increasing block size, every 5 days right now. And, the network just keeps growing in size, scope, scale. There's over 200 projects under construction. We just kind of turned on smart contracts. So,
all right, so this sounds all good and well. So, but when is the price going to go up, bro?
Well, I just bought 2,500 more. I think I'm at
Keith
10,000
is putting the city on his back.
Here's the thing, guys. I could tell you that Cardano gives you a blowjob, cures cancer, and
okay.
And
someone send me the
content.
Say that, baby. I don't endorse any of this.
The price is not going to go up while Bitcoin's going down. That's the problem,
Charles,
guys.
I'm just trolling,
I've been in this space since the beginning.
I'm just trolling, bro. I'm with you.
It's a fair question, but the problem is that everything is coupled. So the more pertinent question is, when the hell do we decouple from Bitcoin? Because it's so fucking frustrating when you go out and you do incredible things. Like we announced a partnership with Dish last year. That's a Fortune 250 company with 22 million customers. We announced a partnership with the government of Ethiopia. We got 5 million people we brought in from that. We actually have a fair shot at the national ID system. That's 110 million people. You announce all this stuff, and Bitcoin goes down, drags everything down. Bitcoin goes up, drags everything up. You can be a meme coin with no use and utility and go to fucking moon if you're in a bull market. So that's the problem with
you're
crypto.
Saying that we need to get Jay Powell on this stage. That's what you're saying. Jay Powell, if your friends are listening,
I think he's requesting right now.
The Cardano board.
Jay Powell.
Yeah, let him up, Windmill. Let him up.
Hey,
Jay Powell.
Charles, real quick, I got a DM from someone asking me to ask you about Mammoth. I don't know much about ADA, but can you tell us about Mammoth and if there's any updates on it? Are the devs doing something?
Mammoth? Oh, no. That's for resurrecting the woolly mammoth. And so I'm invested with a company called Colossal, and they're doing a lot of synthetic biology with Harvard University. And they basically sequenced the entire mammoth genome, and they have a plan to resurrect the woolly mammoth. And I was just in Austin, where we were negotiating using my ranch in Wyoming as the site where they would actually bring back the first 10 mammoths. And then we'd kind of do some stuff with the university there to study them when they're brought back, to understand them more. But that's going to be probably started in 2025, and there's a 22 months gestation period. But that's just a side passion of mine. I do a lot of synthetic and computational biology work because we have our own biotech company. And Colossal is the biotech company that's bringing
I'm like on the floor right
That's
now.
great. You should tweet more about that. Charles, I want to ask you another question about Cardano's technical architecture. Most, I think, blockchains have like a fee auction for getting transactions submitted. As I understand, Cardano doesn't really. I'm just curious what led you to that kind of system architecture, and what sort of design constraints impose that?
Well, we have a paper called Babel Fees that we wrote. So it's part of an evolution. So basically, what you want to achieve is getting to a point where a native asset pays its fee in the native asset. So if you issue Charles Coin, instead of paying the transaction fee in ADA and having some sort of auction system where you have one price for a scarce resource, you instead are able to charge that transaction fee in ADA. And then what we can do is behind the scenes actually
Rug radio.
Why does it keep happening? Listening to him though, talking about Bitcoin felt like we're sitting like around the campfire.
Yes.
It was
Uncle
so
Pierre, for
cool.
real.
He's back.
We have under the hood, you're able to match it with something, and you kind of have a marketplace mechanic for how that matching occurs. But then you can put other metrics to decide priority. So, for example, if old Bitcoin, we had a notion of Bitcoin days destroyed to measure coin age. So what you can do is say if you have a large amount and it's sat around for a long period of time, it has a higher priority weighting than just somebody who pays a high fee. You also can look at a staking mechanism where you can say, hey, if you do desirable things for the network, your transaction can be prioritized over others. So we wrote one
How do
paper
you do
already.
those?
Hang on. We wrote one paper already on this, and it actually has some mechanics for how Babel Fees works. So I'd recommend Googling it because it goes into some details. And once you have a native asset standard, you can kind of treat all of the assets issued as first-class citizens. And so the system can allow, under the hood, payment any of these things. And you can let stake pools basically form marketplaces. So you have to start somewhere. So you start with a minimum transaction fee, and that's what we did. The next step is to create the Babel Fee system. And then you allow stake pool operators to kind of create some marketplaces for it. And then you put some logic in to deprioritize or prioritize based on known network behavior. And then you can use stake weighting for other mechanics. So all those things combined give you a much better way than just kind of a raw fee, because what ends up happening is that you end up having extremely high fees when you have times of scarcity. And there's just really no way to get around that unless you massively increase the overall network availability. So fees are extremely bad DDoS mechanism under the hood. And there's much, much better ways of resolving and handling that. And ultimately what you do when you have high fees is just drive everybody to layer 2 solutions, and then you've thrown away the entire security model of the system. So that's why we created Babel Fees, because we kind of wanted to solve 2 problems at the same time. One, if you issue an asset on the system, and eventually I'd like to get to a point where the asset is almost as if it had its own blockchain. So there's no reason to keep building your own blockchain. You just create your own asset, and you still pay it in the underlying transaction fee. Second, I'd like to have some form of a market mechanic, but then put in some guarantees for certain users who if they behave in a certain way, are getting some guarantee that they can get fast settlement inside the system for a scarce resource, above and beyond just creating more resources for everybody with pipelining and input endorsers and increases in block size and network optimizations and so forth, and leave all of that layer one. Now, at some point, you do need to move some transactions to layer two, and the first grouping of transactions to do that makes sense to be microtransactions, because they're just never really going to be able to pay any notion of a fee in a scarce resource, especially when you have lots of scripts inside the system. And there, the Lightning model works very well. And that's one of the use cases we designed the Hydra protocol for, which is kind of a version of Lightning emitting the extended UTXO and the ability to manipulate state. So not just these stateless transactions.
Hey Charles, I have a question for you. Do you have any Ethereum NFTs? Have you jumped into any NFTs? And
I've created, over the course of my life, 2 Ethereum NFTs. I tokenized the MetaMask tweet where I kind of criticized MetaMask about the support. You guys might remember that one. And I also tokenized a tweet where I told somebody to go fuck themselves. And I donated all the proceeds to charity in both cases. I made $22,000.
That's
So
electric. That's electric. Charles.
Legend.
Charles, can I just say something, Charles?
CP.
What up? What up?
Let's keep going.
Well, Charles, this is what I was going to ask you. I just pinned a tweet at the top, and I think that your PFP needs a crypto Ray to be your companion in the space.
Oh boy.
You must get a crypto Ray. If you send me your wallet, I will send
You're
you a
so
crypto
lucky.
Ray.
I love you.
Dose, can you send me one too, buddy?
I'll send you
Dose.
one, CP. Of course, CP.
Dose,
we do.
Can you send me,
Bro, I
can you
just
send me one, buddy?
No, you gotta put a Bison there.
on Cardano. I'm all
Well,
in.
look, it's based on my real life dog, and she is fantastic, and you deserve to have a crypto Ray. So, Charles, I'm gonna send you a crypto Ray.
So can I ask Charles? Can I ask you a question, buddy? Please.
Ask away, man.
So, here's my question. I have like a decent chunk of money in Ethereum and Ethereum NFTs. Am I not going to make it?
I think Ethereum is going to be around here, guys. It's really hard for somebody who's like more than $250 million in market cap and to just suddenly go away. I mean, shit like that can live as a zombie for a century. And Vitalik's a smart guy. He's got a lot of great people around him. They're probably going to succeed in migrating to Ethereum too, and it'll be a significantly better system than Ethereum 1 was.
Yeah.
So
let me
it's got
so let me ask you this. So Saylor is pushing the chips all in. Michael Saylor, CEO, MicroStrategy, guy's totally lost his mind. He'll be on up only. He is pushing the chips all in Bitcoin. And here's my question for you, Charles. Could you see possibly like a large corporation, like let's just say Amazon or Google or Microsoft, and let's say one of these companies buys Ethereum and then publicly discloses, like after they merge, because the electricity consumption will be less, supposedly. What does it happen to Michael? What happens to Michael Saylor? Does he get down bad, and does ETH flip? Like, does Michael Saylor eventually buy ETH? Like, do you have no comment on this subject? I'm genuinely curious.
I fucking comment on everything. That's why no one likes me.
Tell me what do you think the Saylor, like, imagine Microsoft, Microsoft comes out and they're like, yo, we bought a fuck ton of ETH.
You asked a question. So the only time I ever saw Mike Saylor in person, I was at the Bitcoin Miami event back, what was it, like May, June last year, when Bitcoin hit 64,000 and Max Kaiser's like, we're not selling, fuck Elon. You guys remember that event? It was like the all-time frothy high. So I saw Mike Saylor. I was going to talk to him. I said, oh, that's cool. I remember from Saylor Education and all this other stuff. And I'd known of him, but I'd never actually interacted or met with him. And he was walking with like this large contingent of bodyguards who were all in black suits and in ties. And they were like marching like an army unit or something like that. And he's just very hurriedly walking away. And I was like, Mike. And he just totally ignored me. So he's a driven guy. He's got places to go, things to see. He's always doing his thing. And as for whether he's going to make or lose money, I don't know. Long term, Bitcoin seems like a great buy because it's a hedge on the inflation of the U.S. dollar, and nation states are adopting it, so it's probably not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Problem Bitcoin has is a victim of its own success. it has taken a pass on all the innovations that have happened over the last 13 years because it was the first mover, and it seems to have an amazing resilience in one use case: the ability to hodl and the ability to send. That's pretty much it. No one uses it for anything else because it's just not practical. And no matter how much pot you smoke and no matter how many lessons you take, you're not going to be able to convince me a 10-minute settlement time for a single transaction somehow magically is a competitive smart contract platform. It's just not.
Agree.
We had this debate with Mastercoin back in 2013. Nothing has changed. And they say magic sidechains will come and save them. It's like, okay, if they were serious, why didn't they integrate NEPA PALs? We came out with that paper back in 2016. They updated it to Fly client, but where the fuck is it?
Oh,
free. And you have great sidechains with it. No, I don't got it. So your question is, hang on.
He's going off, dude. This is epic.
I am because I get railed up the ass every day by these maxis, man.
Let it out, buddy.
So yeah, we're getting it all out. We're getting
it all out here. We're here for you.
Let it out. Let it out.
Guys, I had dinner with Bukele down in El Salvador at the presidential palace. We had the same fucking conversation about Bitcoin. Don't even get me started with this.
You said no, but here's what you said. You're like, oh, nothing changed or whatever. You know what's changed? You're talking to somebody else. How about that?
What? Hang on, you broke up. What's changed?
You're not talking to the same people anymore. You're talking to new people. I'm not that same. I'm not that guy. I'm here saying, fuck the BTC maxis. That being said, we still need to appreciate.
That's true. They fired all the old people. All the people.
All right. So I listened to the
being successful are no longer here.
Well, I listened.
Andreas Antonopoulos isn't a big guy anymore. Like Roger Ver is. They call him Bitcoin Judas. I was around when he was Bitcoin Jesus. They got rid of Mike Hearn. They got rid of.
Charles is angry.
Continuously rugged. My pinned tweet is legit, Charles. If you want to do it, that's
airing it out.
Oh my god, that is the funniest. Bro, yo, Charles, you should take that seriously. Like, honestly,
bro, he's integrating Cardano.
Charles, he's integrating. Yo, Rex, I'm fucking crying, bro.
Oh my god.
No pay at all.
Wait, did Charles get rugged
for a while, guys?
No.
Oh, thank you, Erica.
He's back.
Guys, Erica had the hand raising for a while.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question from someone who DM'd me. He said, can you ask Charles about the upcoming ICO card shift, the good ICO that's coming on Cardano, and what about the card shift clap?
I don't know anything about any upcoming ICO on Cardano. There's probably someone else who does, but guys, there's 200 projects, and nobody tells me anything. I'm the guy in the engine room.
Smirking behind the camera right there. He's like, I don't know anything about that. He's like laughing. He's like,
all right, if we're just answering DMs, Charles, other questions, HBAR and DAOs.
No,
that's all they said.
That's
literally all they said.
Wait,
Charles,
I have a question.
2 years.
Hold on.
2 years.
I have a question for him.
What's up, Soupy?
I just have a quick question for Charles. So do you ever think another coin will flip Bitcoin? And if you do,
great question.
If you had to pick one coin, what is that coin?
If it happens in the next 24 months to 36 months, it's probably Ethereum. It's the only one that has the community and momentum.
Let's fucking go, Charles.
Let's go.
This is why we like
That's
you.
what I love to hear.
This is why we like you.
If it's long term, then of course Cardano. Come on, but no, if it's short term,
all right, I'll fucking rug you right now, buddy.
Especially if you hire Keith.
Yeah, if you hire Keith, if you integrate Keith, it's fucking game over. I'm gonna have to switch to a Cardano handle or some shit. I'm fucked. I'm not positioned.
2 years.
I'm changing my avatar to a camel.
I own 0 Cardano. I am fucked.
I'm getting messages saying that you guys are too hard on Charles and that
Charles,
he's really insightful.
Yeah, all right, so all right. I owe Charles somewhat of an apology, or maybe some context for everybody else. Charles, I'm totally fucking around, and I hope none of this comes off in a bad way. We're just having some fun up here. But if anybody thinks that it's rude, it does come from a playful place.
We're Charles, we're all down like 30% in a week.
We're all down bad, Charles. Come on.
And it was like a lot more before that, too.
We're all down so bad. We're just trying to feel something. Come on. We're all joking.
We're having fun. Charles, if for anyone who thinks we're being mean, Charles, I'm really sorry, buddy. But this was a blast personally. I'm glad you came by and you shared your knowledge with us. And like I said, I just opened the space hanging out with my buddies. And now we're just vibing fucking Charles over here. So Keith is integrating Cardano. So, crazy
this
shit.
made my night, my week. But that offer is legit.
What we all should do here on the stage is change PvPs to Cardano and take a family selfie to remember this night, because this is legendary.
Electric. That actually is.
I'm down
hilarious.
to do that. And then we're doing the raise.
Let's do
I
it.
Gotta put the Ray Rays up there.
Keith is
I want to hear
integrating.
what Charles has to say about my offer.
Yeah, Charles, do you want to take Keith up? I know you might not know Keith, but Charles, look, I can vouch for Keith a little bit. I'd say, like, I've seen him around. He tends to do well. So, like, what I don't know. Like, you might want to check it out. Anyway,
Keith, you're more than welcome to submit a catalyst proposal.
Oh.
There you go, Keith.
He said submit a proposal.
Just take his word. He's a man of his word.
If I could talk with you one-on-one, you'd be surprised what I've done so far, and my friends up here would vouch.
Oh my God, Josh Miller's in the house. So guys, Josh used to be my executive assistant, and now he runs the NFT side of IO. But if you see that picture right there, that's him in Mongolia with me. That dude went to Josh, how many countries we go to? Like 45 countries together?
What the fuck? Interesting. Well,
we're putting the whole crew back together here, guys.
Charles, what's your favorite country?
What's your favorite place to vacation? Yeah, or whatever. What do you got?
The United States of America.
Are you kidding?
Wyoming, baby.
Do you reside in the U.S., Charles, or?
Yes, of course I do. Colorado and Wyoming. Yeah, I've been to almost 70 countries now, but I always love coming home. Japan is nice and Switzerland's nice. I also really fucking love Mongolia because that's a rugged place, but my heart's always in the U.S.
Let's go, buddy. Same,
Bullish,
man.
That's why we're friends. Wyoming.
Bullish on. I mean, I guess I have to say ADA, but I don't have any, so I don't want to say it yet. But fuck. I mean, they say invest in the team. What I learned from investing in the art is you got to invest in the team. Like Charles is a clown, honestly. So I mean, I'm all in. I'm not all in. Just kidding. But
Keith
this was pretty cool. It was pretty fucking epic. I mean.
Yeah, I've never heard Cardano so much until today.
I'm gonna try to shame him into following me back.
I want
He got rugged again.
No, I didn't rug him.
No, he just left. He's done with your.
Charles, I just would like a follow back. That might be a big ask, but what does it take to get a follow from you?
CP. Charles, how did you find the space? What made you jump
in? It was just on the list, and I was looking for a space to join. I sometimes get insomnia, and I said, "Hey, this looks pretty cool." They're just chilling, talking about the turmoil of the crypto markets, and it was a lot of fun to just meet some people. I mean, you can't just talk to the same people over and over again, and I always try to diversify a bit.
When you said you jumped out of the plane, were you joking, or could you tell us a story about what happened with that?
Jumped out
in Afghanistan?
I never said anything like that. That's just fucking made up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just fact checking. Well, I'm glad that, everything's good.
People are.
It's just people say the crazy thing. First off, you're referring to Matt Lessig's book. And he said, I jumped out of an Apache. Guys, if I try to jump out of an Apache, there's 7 different ways I would die. No one survives that. It's absolutely just bonkers what some of the things that people write are. And, I talked to Matt for over 2 hours, and he asked me the question, and I said, come on, Matt, do you honestly believe that garbage? And then other people say, oh, well, he presents himself to be an older guy. It's well, everybody can just check my age. It's right there on Wikipedia. I mean, come on, guys. It's right there. I usually say I'm a young guy, right? I mean, it's just crazy what people write.
Yeah, I was told never to use Wikipedia in school, so I don't know if there's another way to find your age. I don't know.
I mean, if the rumors that people are spreading about you is that you're jumping out of planes, that's pretty cool.
You need to tell whoever wrote that book, to take it down because it's in a book.
Yeah, we looked into whether we could sue or not, and because it's one of those he said, she things about a public figure, the libel laws are really not strong enough to be able to win a lawsuit. You could say, hey, these were my sources, and if they're not accurate or not, I'm just reporting what the sources say as a composite. So there's pretty strong laws that kind of protect the authors of books to say that, because there are all kinds of political stuff. I mean, whatever, you're Obama, you're Trump, you're Clinton, every year there's a dozen books printed about how horrible you are or how great you are. And whether they're factual or not, you can't really do anything about it once you've become a public figure. And unfortunately, I qualify as that under the law. So I have no ability to sue. And the thing is, Matt, Laura, and Camilla, those are the three authors writing Ethereum books. They're all looking for a movie deal. They all want to get option for it. It looks like the Infinite Machine is going to be made into a movie. So what you try to do is you try to look for a narrative arc where you have an antagonist and a protagonist and a dramatic arc and all that stuff, because it makes a good movie. It's a fun movie. And I actually, of all people, talked to, I think it was Sean Parker. You guys remember The Social Network? They had Justin Timberlake play one of the characters, who was Sean Parker, the creator of Napster. And, they ran that whole movie as like Sean as the antagonist. And basically that's what they were aiming for with this narrative arc for the beginnings of Ethereum. So, a movie is coming out in 2023, 2024. And they're going to get some Hollywood actor to play me. And he's going to be batshit crazy. And just like Timberlake played Sean Parker. And, I'm just going to have to deal with it. And there's absolutely nothing that can be done. But this is the nature of fame and success. You get a lot of cool perks. You get to go to 70 countries and you get the Bison Ranch and all these other things. And you get to regularly interact with millions of people. On the other hand, millions of people, for better or for worse, think you're a certain way. Even though they've never interacted with you, never know you, and have spent zero time with you, they think they know everything about you because they've heard something over there.
Who would you cast to play yourself in a
Dwayne
movie?
The Rock Johnson. Dwayne The Rock Johnson, definitely.
Say, wow, that was some real shit,
I was actually asked that by a producer. I said, as long as it's not Jack Black, I'm okay.
Cool. We did just bring up Nicole and Toby, so if you guys just want to pop in, say hi, what's up?
What's up, guys? This is a pretty exciting room. I came in and I'm like, what did I walk into?
Right.
You guys are a vibe. I mean, cold pizza, you were always a vibe.
What up? What up? So yeah, I'm just like, honestly, not financial advice. I'm just chilling, smoking some weed, and Charles just hanging out with my friends, and then Charles just comes through. And I was just saying earlier before, we used to just open these spaces and just hang out and do this all the time. But I got super burnt out from doing spaces all the time, and I'm just like, all right, we'll open the space. Everybody's down bad, but we'll fix it. And I started bull posting pretty heavily today. So that's fun. But I'm not saying that it's going to stop crashing. But I did purchase cryptocurrencies. Anyway.
And you're going to continue to buy the dip?
I mean, if I don't run out of money, yes. But you don't... You can keep buying, but eventually you run out of cash. You've got to be careful. But anyway, I changed my PFP to one of my other NFTs. I don't know why I have this stock, but I have one of these things. But
it's not lemon. I don't know.
It's not a lemon. It's not a lemon. I don't have any lemons. I have one duck. I don't know why. I just like the background.
The background's dope. Like a Damien Hirst type of thing. I don't know.
The background hits different, man. I'm here for the art, James. We're all down bad. At least I got some fire art, bro. But I don't got the hexagon. Art. I don't got the hexagon, bro. It's fine. I don't want this. I don't want the hexagon anymore.
You don't need it.
We also have Toby. I want to say what up to Toby.
What's up, everybody?
Yo, what's up?
What up?
All the homies are here. And Charles. What's good?
And Charles just hanging.
Toby?
Let's go.
I was fucking around with Charles pretty hard. People seemed to think it was funny or something, but
dude, I was trying to give Charles a chance to speak about what he works on.
Yeah, it was pretty epic. Corey, you asked some really intelligent questions. I would say I'm really thrilled with the group of people that got together tonight. It's pretty dope that we could actually talk about this.
Wait, cold pizza.
What's up?
Oh, go ahead, Nicole.
Sorry, Arena. I was just gonna say, because I came in a little late and I saw the room growing. Can we get a quick summary / recap of what happened with Charles?
Hit it, Charles. Let's go.
Oh boy. Charles, are you up for it?
For what?
Oh boy, he's smoking his pipe right now.
Well, there was a conversation around Twitter verification,
And he was mad. He didn't get the blue check at first, and he had to like literally hassle Twitter to get the blue check. That was cracked. We're gonna have problems. Yeah, he went after Jack. He almost met Michael Saylor, but like Michael Saylor's just like ran away from him basically.
You ran away with like 30 bodyguards.
He didn't want the smoke, Charles. Dude, he wouldn't come in here right now. He doesn't want the smoke. I'd be like, bro, Microsoft's gonna or Amazon or whoever. Like, yo, if they buy ETH, you're smoked, Bitcoin. That's not financial advice, but like, I mean, Bitcoin, dude. God. All right, we'll not go down that path. But
and also, he's working to revive the woolly mammoth.
Oh,
we have another question from DMs.
I will revive the woolly mammoth for 2 years for free.
Oh boy, Keith is integrating.
People in DMs asking me, Charles, do you consider yourself a Kanye West of crypto?
Oh boy.
I don't even know how to fucking take that question. The last like conversation I had about Kanye West was with my chief of staff, and she told me that he walks around with like a weird white dude mask on. And I was like, that's not true. And I Googled Kanye West mask, and I was like, oh my God, that is the creepiest thing I've ever seen. That's like what was that movie? The one horror movie with the dude who wears the Halloween, who wears the William Shatner mask. I was like, oh God, this is crazy. So no, I'm not a crazy person who walks around wearing a fucking Shatner mask.
The DMs now are just like flooded with some random questions with some words, like technical words that I don't even know. So it's like I want to help people and ask questions, but like I don't want to ask some like weird stuff, and it's like so weird and technical.
Yeah, so I just a lot of people are probably DMing me, and I'm not answering any of them. Sorry, but so like I don't know what the fuck? How'd this happen?
Wait, how did what happen? The crash?
No, well,
the Cardano space.
No, I ranted long enough about why.
All right, I want to ask Charles another real question. Charles, what do you think about decentralized social media and the challenges of censorship resistance versus free speech?
I did 2 videos on this, whiteboard videos that were over an hour long, where I kind of talked about some architecture for it. So really the problem is first about the incentives behind curation of information. So whether you're decentralized or centralized, if you don't get that right, you're just with a decentralized system making the problems of social media worse. So right now, the algorithms and the nature of information sharing are built in a way to create polarization. You're disincentivized from sharing deep, well thought out, well structured arguments, and you're incentivized to share basically things you've not vetted, you know nothing about, and are likely to create high levels of engagement. Controversial and polarizing topics have traditionally the highest levels of engagement. So the algorithms are basically built in a way to kind of make us angrier and angrier and force people into their own cliques. So what ends up happening is in response to the anger, people stop listening to anyone but people they agree with. So when you look at the social graphs of all these systems, you end up seeing unconnected groups of people that are all like mine. And if you try to introduce any counter dialogue into those groups, they tend to resist you. Like, for example, if you have data and evidence to show that masks don't work with Omicron, in fact, the CDC is even starting to admit that, you can't go to a pro-mask group and say, well, here's this thing. And they'll say, oh,
Charles, you're going to get rugged if you start talking about politics.
The CDC just rugged
buddy.
Charles.
Charles, if you start talking about politics, buddy, peace. Yeah, bro, later, is that a joke? Like, did he actually...
He went there.
Yo, Biden rugged him hard.
I have no thoughts.
He took this personally.
Jack still hates him.
He took this personally. Jack, come on in if you're listening, buddy.
Jack
We're not going to bite
him.
We're not going to bite.
Hang on. So they'll say you're a conspiracy theorist. Alternatively, if you go to an anti-vax group and say, hey, this vaccine is okay, and people say, oh, no, it's poison. It's going to kill me. There's no way it can be effective. It's not beneficial. It doesn't work at all. So that's the problem right now, is that the information architecture behind the incentives for knowledge management, sharing, and curation are terribly broken. So the first thing you need to solve is a system where people are incentivized to share vetted information through some form of a process. And then once you have that, the next step is to apply that to some form of a censorship-resistant protocol. So I've been around long enough to see all the attempts. There was Steam, and there's Bats as an example. Akasha is a network that who knows is ever get off the ground. But there's dozens of these attempts. Mastodon was another one, and Minds is another one that was Bill's venture. I think they're still around. And so the blockchain component is just basically allowing you to preserve history and access control, but it also doesn't solve the third problem, which is the enormous scale that social media lives at. If you look at the amount of data Twitter or Facebook or YouTube generate on a daily basis, this is on average, thousands of times the storage of all blockchains combined together throughout the entire history of cryptocurrency. And that's just one day of traffic on these systems. So in addition to figuring out a different way to curate information and figure out how you want to handle censorship resistance and identity inside a system, you also actually have to solve the problem of decentralized data management, of where do you actually store all this stuff and how do you create incentives. Otherwise, the people who control the system will be basically the people who archive all of the information. So when you look at systems like IPFS or Filecoin or other things, it's just completely inadequate for the enormity of social media's data demands. So it's a very complex problem. And, we have a small group of people at my company that kind of think about these things, and I interact with them on a pretty much daily basis because it's something I'm incredibly worried about. I'm deeply disturbed by deplatforming. I'm deeply disturbed by the metaverse play that Zuckerberg is doing and the direction all of these things are going. I don't trust the fact checkers at all. They're not real people. I mean, when you have people with bachelor's degrees in journalism, censoring MD PhDs from Stanford, saying, oh, they're not real doctors, even though they actually work at Stanford Medical School. And that literally happened with the Barrington Agreement. All these kinds of things are occurring. It's the architecture of a dystopian society where a small group of oligarchical tech companies basically have total control of the flow of information.
Charles, I think this is pretty pertinent. So do you have any feelings about like Zuckerberg and Cambridge Analytics?
Well, I've had several conversations with the people directly involved in that. And
so the woman that I'm working, Charles, I'm going to show a project that I'm working on. But the woman that I'm working on a project with,
that's Kaiser, right?
Lori,
yeah,
Lori Siegel.
Okay,
yeah. You should answer your DMs though. Thank you. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. Is that what's her name? Her last name is Kaiser, but Brittany Kaiser. Or is it a different person at Cambridge Analytica?
No, she doesn't work for Cambridge. She works for...
Oh, I know Brittany Kaiser.
No, she didn't work for Cambridge Analytics at all. She's a journalist that interviewed Zuckerberg and basically talked to him first when he first admitted it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a great book called Surveillance Capitalism that kind of talks about the entire business model that these guys have, and it's a very dystopian model. The best case scenario is they own all your data and they're harvesting it and they're selling it for micro-targeting. The worst case scenario, the gatekeepers for all debate and discussion and information in society. So I don't view decentralized social media as a nice to have thing. I think it's essential if we want to preserve democracy and free society and free debate. It's just essential. We cannot allow a small oligarchy of tech people to basically decide what's legitimate and what's not legitimate. There's no free
So
press.
what did you think of the Moxie? Did you see the Moxie blog post the other night when he talked about Web3? Do you have any feelings about that? Like Elon was commenting on it. Curious.
Yeah, and a lot of this stuff comes up, like the whole Web3 debate, and I guess Mark Andreessen blocked Jack Dorsey, and Dorsey's talking about doing some form of a decentralized social network, but he wants to build it on Bitcoin, and all this stuff is noise. At the end of the day, I haven't seen anyone start with round zero in the fundamental problem, which is what are the incentives for sharing information? And are those incentives for sharing well-curated, well-thought about, well-debated information, or are those incentives for sharing shallow information that creates polarization and political divide? And if you don't solve that problem, decentralization does nothing for you, because all you're doing is just decentralizing the propagation of fake news and misinformation. So you have to solve that first, then you solve the identity problem, then you solve the infrastructure problem of how do you actually host all these things in some way, and maybe you still have to admit some degree of centralization. But even so, those people aren't necessarily the same level of gatekeeper that they are before. But it's only going to get worse. I mean, probably the next 3 to 5 years, Joe Rogan is going to get deplatformed. It's going to happen. Every year, the drums get louder and louder. They couldn't get him on the trans thing, so they tried on the, getting Malone on and the medical thing. If that doesn't work, it'll be the next thing. But at some point, he's going to get deplatformed. And to give you a size of the totality of his audience, so it's more people than Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, CBS, NBC, 60 Minutes, and the New York Times average online viewership combined. One guy has the audience of that.
Rug Radio.
You have us as an audience, Charles, but you keep getting rugged.
Corey, I love your questions because I can't, we really appreciate you.
Yeah, they're amazing. Thank you.
You gotta let like the degens free for a bit, and then you gotta let Charles speak for a bit.
But what about the woolly mammoth?
He's back. Continue, Charles.
Is this good? Are we doing good?
You're doing great, sweetie.
All right, thanks, Soupy. I was supposed to work on a white paper. I'm in trouble tomorrow, but it's fine, guys. We're fine.
Good. You're all good. You're good.
I'm gonna make I was busy. I was hosting a space. It's fine.
What do the Winklevoss twins do with the woolly mammoth, or are they just the face of the woolly mammoth project? What are your guys' roles?
Well, hang on. The Winklevoss twins, just like me, are investors. I do talk to Ben, and I know Tyler talks to Ben, and he's raised quite a bit of money in a very short period of time, and he has a nice, diverse set of investors. Some of the traditional and a lot of crypto people. But I imagine they'll probably be involved at some juncture in the NFT side of it, because they do want to monetize the path to resurrecting the NFT. And there's been some discussions about things like a documentary and so forth. But I don't think the Winklevi have an official role, but I know that their network is going to be immeasurably valuable if they ever decide to go down the NFT route.
I just want to say that them being called the Winklevi is the greatest thing ever. Right?
Dude, say something else, Toby, please.
Why do I feel like you're laughing at me, Cole Pete? So what's going on?
I'm not laughing at you. I love your voice and your accent. It's lovely.
I love
Charles.
Toby. Toby's my favorite person ever.
I love it, dude.
I got some DMs about this topic, and I'm also interested. I was wondering if you could share your thoughts on Bitcoin. Personally, when I read the Bitcoin white paper originally, it was before Ethereum and stuff, and I was really into the programmable money stuff, and I was kind of more sympathetic to some of the scaling visions and hard forking to really, I wanted to get it into a Turing complete mode so we could get execution on it. It's interesting it can't settle its own derivatives, but now we have kind of a different system, and I like that, and that's why I like Ethereum. What do you think about Bitcoin, its original founding vision, how we got here? Do you believe the hard money thesis? Is that better for the overall crypto ecosystem? It's kind of interesting how we've got here.
If you wanted to make Bitcoin better, there's so many great proof of work based technologies that would make Bitcoin a modern cryptocurrency. And Blockstream has done some great lifting here. For example, they created a programming language called Simplicity, and this concept of jets that are kind of extensions to it that would be a really good drop-in for Bitcoin script. And there's actually some great papers like BitML. These Italian guys came up with it a few years ago. So if you want to improve the expressiveness of Bitcoin script, it's certainly possible to do that. And you can do that in a way where it actually could do stuff. And that's actually what we did with Plutus and Extended UTXO. So it's kind of ironic when all these Bitcoin maxis pound Cardano, because I'm like, guys, well, if we succeed, we're kind of beta testing what a programming model would look like in practice for Bitcoin and kind of creating all those design patterns for UTXO-based dApps, which the Ethereum people aren't. They have a completely different programming model, the accounts-based model, and I'd argue ours is better. Okay, so that's one dimension of it. The other dimension is saying, okay, well, what about great light clients? And so for a long time, they're like, oh, SPV is the key. And it turns out that's not entirely the case. You don't really have a desirable trust model. So what if you had the ability to generate proofs on the fly that the transactions you're looking at have not been double spent and the coins exist. And that's what a NEPA is, a non-interactive proof of work. And there's a later work that came out of Silicon Valley called Fly Client, but basically the same concept. And again, Bitcoin can adopt this, and it doesn't really cost them anything. It's just an artifact of how proof of work works that you can create a NEPA proof, and then suddenly you have a valid model for sidechains. And then when you look at the core consensus itself, proof of work, Nakamoto proof of work, there's about 12 years of good papers floating around about how to make that high performance. The best of which is Pramod Viswanath's paper out of University of Illinois. It's called Prism. Came out in 2018. It's 10,000 times faster than normal proof of work, and it's a secure system. And there's tons of things like fruit chains and Bitcoin NG, and all the Zahar work that was done with DAG-based protocols and proof of work. So you can just go fucking crazy with these things. Arizona State University, working with the Dash community, came up with fountain codes and all these other things for the network stack. So when you look at that paper, it's an intellectual tour de force because it looks like it was a single author. And there were a lot of phenomenally good and prescient ideas inside of that paper. Everything from difficulty retargeting to just how simple a network stack can be when you rely on proof of work, because it's super hard to do with proof of stake and replicate the same security guarantees. The concept of inclusive accountability. Oh my God, it's just amazing. There's so many moving pieces here that are all converging together. Even the prescience to pick SEC P256K1 as the curve. Turns out it was one of the non-compromised curves, and it was a non-standard curve. So there was a lot of knowledge there. And it was just an overall beautiful design, but things have moved on, and you have millions of people around the world designing altcoins and writing papers and thinking really deeply. And Bitcoin's its own worst enemy in that it just has kind of frozen in time. And it takes a really long time to add things that are ubiquitously viewed as useful. And yeah, every now and then you get SegWit, and I guess now we got Taproot, Huzzah, and so forth, and that's great. But it's a little bit of a movement, and it makes me sad because I started in this space as a Bitcoin person. The first commercial thing I ever did in this space was a course teaching people about Bitcoin, or how I learned to stop worrying and love crypto. It's still online. And I really loved it. But the problem was every time we tried to do anything, it was always the same story. Some salvation feature will be on the horizon, and that'll make everything easy. In the meantime, go through years of hell to try to build something basic. It's no coincidence that all the Ethereum people started as like color coins people and master coin people who were trying to build layer 2s on top of Bitcoin to make Bitcoin better, but gave up because it was so fucking hard to do it. And what I did is I just took a lot of these ideas that I'd learned from the Bitcoin core developers that they'd written about, like Greg Maxwell's list was one. And I think he published it back in 2013 or 14, the Bitcoin wish list and all these other things. And I rolled all that up, plus all this stuff that I was thinking about when I was at Ethereum, plus stuff from the NXT community and other things. And I just took all of that and said, okay, this is the Cardano research agenda. Huzzah! And we went and just wrote a bunch of fucking papers and figured out basically how to make all that happen. And it made me sad because we figured it out and we got it all done, but this could have been figured out years ago with Bitcoin, and there would be no Ethereum. The entire market cap of Ethereum would be Bitcoin's market cap, and there would be no real substantive altcoin movement. All that value would be there in a system without a founder, a system that is very decentralized and seems to have escaped most of the regulatory scrutiny, would be a stronger space. Instead, there's 8,000 altcoins. There's a lot of fragmentation, and there's a lot of perverse incentives for over speculation. And so it's created a space that has these terrible boom bust things, and we talk more about price than technology. So, it is what it is, and that's just where we're at, and we have to deal with it. And if you have the audacity to point these things out, you have a literal cult. The Bitcoin maximalism is a cult, guys. And they come at you so hard. Like when I was interviewed by Lex Friedman, I said, I can't really figure out the point of Bitcoin outside of the store of value. Lex got hit. I got hit. Everybody got hit brutally in that by these people who are like, there is only one God and all other things are a scam. The other thing is that once people get contaminated with this, they go crazy. Like I was friends with Max Kaiser and Stacy Kaiser, and Max and Stacy, we'd have dinner together. I broke Ethereum on his show. I broke Cardano on his show. Every year I'd see him, and Stacy even asked me to sponsor his show. That somewhere along the way, Max took the orange pill, and then he just turned into a raging asshole. I ran into him at the Satoshi Roundtable, which is kind of like a the Bilderberg Summit of the crypto space. They have it down in Mexico, and all the CEOs go there. And I see Max, and I say, "Hey, Max, how you doing?" And he just gives me this dirty, evil look and walks off. And I was like, "Man, did he get some bad coke or something? What happened with this guy?" And then, it just goes crazy publicly. It starts attacking me and making these episodes. He compared me to Epstein for taking PPP money. I was like, what is going on? This guy's gone off his rocker. But that's what happens with maximalism. When you get bitten by it, you just start seeing the world in bizarre ways, and everything's a conspiracy. Everybody's an enemy, including some of the people that got Bitcoin to where it's at. Like, guys, Bitcoin would not exist if not for Gavin Andresen and Mike Hearn and Roger Ver and Eric Voorhees and these other guys. It just simply would not exist at all. Okay, Roger carried a lot of fucking water. This guy would go to coffee shops and barber shops and restaurants, and he seriously wouldn't leave until they accepted Bitcoin. And they would do it just to kick him out because he'd be there for an hour. I mean, this is what he did. Every interview, Bitcoin, 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 Bitcoin. He was one of the first merchants in the world to accept it. And now he's the most evil man in the world because he had a technical disagreement over a block parameter. I mean, fucking come on. People are allowed to disagree, but no, if you're not part of the canon, you must be burnt at the stake as a heretic.
I see a hand from Kate. I want to hear from Kate. Kate's had her hand up.
Yeah, Kate.
That was super interesting. Thank you for sharing. I had a question. You mentioned earlier that you would hope in the future that Cardano and the other coins that aren't Bitcoin, that their value and price would not fluctuate with Bitcoin in the future, and that there could be like more independent valuations. First question, do you think that that's actually possible? When could this possibly happen? And is this possible given that the traditional finance market also appears to be engaging with crypto and affecting the crypto economy as well? And should we be, hoping that the traditional financial market becomes separate from crypto as well? Or is this all just wishful thinking because it's all finance, whether it's centralized or decentralized?
I think he got rugged. All right, let's add him back.
Yeah, we lost him.
That was a good question. Ask your Chipotle question.
It was a question?
Ask about the Chipotle.
Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Charles.
Hang on.
Did you hear Kate's question?
Yeah, I did. She asked about basically when could decoupling happen, under what circumstances would that occur? I'm sorry, I got rugged right in the middle of it, but I think that was the crux of your question, if I understood correctly, Kate.
Yeah, and how the traditional financial market plays into this. Because it seems that right now, when things happen in the traditional financial market, that the price of Bitcoin and other coins sort of fluctuates in response to that. So how does that play into that question as well?
What the biggest surprise for me during COVID was when the COVID bloodbath occurred, that cryptos didn't immediately shoot up while the markets were shooting down. I've always viewed crypto as kind of a counter-cyclical thing, as an index of fear and uncertainty in conventional marketplaces. So basically a safe haven when you're not sure what's going to happen. You flee, kind of like what the US dollar occupies. But instead, actually, crypto collapsed when the markets collapsed. And actually, we've seen with the speculation of interest rates going up, which has been killing the equity markets, that crypto is also being hammered at the same time. So it looks like crypto is actually correlated with investment asset classes instead of a safe harbor asset. So that's an interesting thing. So if a decoupling was to occur, I'd say three things have to happen. One, algorithmic stablecoins have to get really good, and they have to create a non-dollar peg. And then that peg has to become kind of a unit of account for DEXs instead of Bitcoin. Now, if that occurs, then most trading pairs are traded against an inflation-resistant standard that is not represented by traditional equities or the crypto markets. So then you start seeing number two happen, which is cryptocurrencies are starting to be judged more by their use and utility and natural demand rather than a free fall or an ascension, so rising tides or falling tides based on just the price of the peg asset. And so you have to actually see real use and utility forms. So that's why the smart contract space is so critical for this. And then three, you have to actually get real market penetration and use and utility in certain verticals above a reasonable price point. This is why I'm so focused on Africa, because when I say, okay, well, is DeFi going to replace traditional exchanges in the West, probably not in the 5 to 10 year horizon. Is DeFi going to replace traditional currencies? And probably not, outside of some examples like El Salvador and so forth. But even there, they're actually still fully dollarized if you look at the model of Chivo. So if you look at Africa, there's a real chance in 3 to 5 years that you could have billions, if not tens of billions of dollars of every day of microfinance transactions and remittances being done in a stablecoin driven by some cryptocurrency infrastructure. And you have an entirely circular economy, like M-Pesa is a circular economy. If that's the case, there's organic demand for people to buy those assets and enter those ecosystems connected to things they can do inside those ecosystems, whether it be a voting product or identity product or supply chain interactions or what have you. And when that occurs, then you'll see a decoupling, because Bitcoin could collapse, but that's not going to impact the demand. And if people are foolish enough to believe that, market makers are going to step in and arbitrage that stupidity, and they'll renormalize the prices based upon the fair market value that the utility suggests. So that it starts looking more like a commodity flow, like oil does or natural gas does, or things like that. And you have some degree of inelasticity inside the price because of real use and utility. But, that's what has to happen. You have to kind of have algorithmic stable coins and a non-dollar synthetic asset that's relatively inflation immune. You have to have real use and utility form, and then you actually have to have that use and utility reach a certain scale in certain verticals where there's natural demand for the underlying asset. And the first to achieve that is going to decouple, in my view, from Bitcoin and become its own sustaining economy of a certain scale.
Right, because I feel like if that happens, then the crypto won't be so speculative or high risk, and it will have like a clear utility and be used by millions of people. So it will become just a different kind of thing. It won't be what it is right now.
And by the way, it's vastly superior utility, because you can put regulation on the wire, metadata on the wire. You can do contingent settlement. You can regulate things in ways that you just simply can't otherwise. Like, for example, if you have a complex trade finance deal involving 5 or 6 countries and a dozen companies, I mean, how do you even sort out the legal contracts? But if you have like library-driven open law, then basically you have functional regulation. Wherever the asset moves or the transaction moves, it basically imports a library of legal standards. And so, as you're moving the funds around, that they're always in compliance, and you always have the requisite audit trail. And then you have adjustable confidentiality based upon how that moves through that complex transaction. In the legacy system, that's just simply not possible to do. You can also move compliance towards a settlement-based system where if it settles, you're in full compliance. Again, you cannot do that in the legacy system. You have to build a very expensive compliance desk, and even when you think you have it right, you get $10 billion in fines, like the big banks have over a 10-year period, because it turns out that, I guess, money launderers and drug dealers and violent cartels are using your services, and who would have known? And so if you can actually have these types of guarantees, it's just a better system. And by the way, it's a lot faster. I mean, when you start talking about these fast finality layer 2s or some of the optimized BFT layer 1s, you literally can move any amount of value anywhere in the world with instant finality, like in 2 seconds or 3 seconds. You just simply cannot do that in the legacy system. You don't have T0 settlement.
Hey, Charles, let's lighten up the convo a little bit. Question for you. Chipotle, do you get guac or not?
My favorite thing to order at Chipotle is I get the steak burrito, extra cheese, make it extra spicy, and that's
Yeah, now we're talking. I get the burrito bowl, but
the bowl's the best bang for your buck because they put more food in there, I think,
Yeah, you got to go double beans, double rice. Also, people sleep real hard on the Chipotle Tabasco sauce.
Oh, hang on, guys. Here's your trick for Chipotle. You don't walk in and say extra steak for your steak burrito. You just say steak burrito. They take a big scoop, and then after they do the scoop, you ask them for the steak, because then you've already established how much steak you're getting. You see, and if you ask for extra steak, then they give you a half scoop on both sides. You actually only get 1 scoop, and they screw you. It's the oldest trick in the book.
Charles with
Genius. That's alpha. Wow. That's the alpha we need.
Cheat code.
All I know is this soda cup.
I was a really fucking poor college student, guys. I mean, I can't tell you how many muffins I stole at special events at CU. They'd be like, somebody's retiring, there's some celebration. I'd sneak in the back door and be like, oh yeah, Professor so-and-so. Oh yeah, I knew him forever. when they weren't looking, just grab all those fucking muffins and run off.
Yeah, you see, now this is the conversation that I want to hear about Charles' history, broke in college.
Very true.
Wait, what happened to my profile picture? I don't know what happened there.
Whoa.
Keith, we're going to get the woolly mammoth back.
You're going full on mammoth.
2 years, Keith.
I don't know. Keith is offering 2 years of his work for free, which is honestly like he should get paid. Like I don't know.
So
He's
backwards.
a steal.
What's going on? You remember the other space I host? Some dudes like, "Yo, I'll pay you like XYZ." Now it's like the total opposite.
Seems like a bad deal for Keith.
My man Keith. Keith, listen up, dude. Like, you don't need to do that. Come with me, my friend. You'll be all right.
He's gonna make it.
Charles, no offense, buddy, but I think I'm gonna keep Keith. All right.
Well, I just love woolly mammoths. That's the only reason.
That's cool, bro. That's I like mammoths too. What? Like,
Are they soft? Is their fur soft?
Oh,
or is it more wiry?
If you guys look at the musk ox, which is like a near neighbor of the mammoth, because they were contemporaries in the prehistoric times. The musk ox is still around.
Do you sleep, Charles?
I do. You got me on mammoths now, man.
I'm genuinely curious, and I just wanted to know, like, how often do you sleep? What's your sleep schedule like?
Well, I get about 6 hours a night, give or take.
You're better than me, buddy. All right, mammoths. Sorry.
No, I was talking about the musk oxen. So they have this really soft, amazing wool that's like 5 times softer than cashmere, but it's twice as warm, and it's incredible. It's some of the most expensive wool around. And actually, looking at the genes of the mammoth, I suspect that it replicates the musk oxen's fur. So I think the mammoth will probably have some of the softest, warmest fur in the world when they bring them back.
So you're gonna bring them back, and then you're gonna kill them?
No, you can shave them, man. You can shorn your mammoth.
It's like a haircut.
Give them a shape up, a nice fade.
Chipotle.
Every fucking summer, we're gonna go and shave the mammoth.
Next menu item. Is
Foolish.
Chipotle.
You got me for 2 summers.
Foolish.
Only 2 summers, so.
Keith, I think you just won Charles' heart with your profile picture. This is it.
So some people say that reviving the woolly mammoth could reverse climate change. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, there's this crazy idea that George Church has that somehow if he lets all the mammoths out in the tundra, that they'll help sequester carbon. Because apparently the permafrost is melting, and if you do certain things, you can prevent that from happening. But if the permafrost, under the current circumstances, because of global warming, melts, there is an enormous amount of trapped up carbon that will re-enter the environment and further accelerate global warming. So that's the hypothesis. It's the mammoth tundra hypothesis. Now, it's one of those things where a really brilliant person is trying to look for, a scientific reason to justify a boyhood fantasy, and he just happens to stumble upon global warming. He's like, that's good enough. Let's go for that, man. But I mean, if you really believe it, there's actually a website. It's like Colossal. If you just Google colossal mammoths, they actually tell you the entire fucking story about how apparently bringing the mammoth back will save the tundras and prevent global warming. So maybe it's true. I want to believe it's true because it gives me a good justification for doing it. By the way, just pointing this out, you can control the size of the mammoth that you bring back. So you can make them 4 times larger, or you can make them pygmy mammoths, the same size as a cow.
Imagine little pets mammoths. This is so adorable. I want.
Imagine if Cool Pets had little cool mammoths.
That's true.
That's also cool.
I want like a hamster size one.
Right? I got educated tonight on so many different topics that I would normally not
My
be
brain
exposed
hurts
to.
a lot, Arena.
Charles, what do you think about the NFT fundraising model for like startups and content creation?
Oh, that's great. Like Link's DAO is a good example, or like Rug
Well,
Radio.
I'm just thinking about like my bags too, but also like the people that are benefiting from them, like the people that made it, and the artists are like amazing people that are now able to do it. I want to hear Charles's thoughts. Like I think that's why all of us love, like, first of all, that's why we fell in love with NFTs. That's how we all met each other, and that's why Charles is up here, in a sense.
Oh yeah, if it wasn't for NFTs, I'd be out in the tundra collecting mammoth DNA. Come on, it's just,
no, I meant us. Like no, sorry, like us, not Charles. Charles, you like have your own thing going on. We're degens.
No, actually, NFTs are a really cool concept, and it's interesting because it's the thing that's been bringing all the artists in. Years ago, I talked to a whole bunch of different people. Like, I was in Davos and I met Matt Sorum. He's like the drummer for Guns N' Roses, and our whole conversation was like IP rights management and ways to monetize fans for concerts. Because I think he's running Kings of Chaos now, or he was also a drummer for Velvet Revolver, if you guys remember that band. And I talked to Billy Graham from ZZ Top, and all those conversations were always cordial, but they were always around kind of like traditional models. And then NFTs came out, and like every artist started reaching out, like even dead artists, like the Michael Jackson estate reached out, or like, how do we get some action here? It was like, shit, this is crazy. So they certainly have won the hearts and minds of people, and I see a lot of startups looking at NFTs as a non-dilutive fundraising mechanism. So because they don't want to get screwed on the equity side, and so they say if I can somehow sell these things that make some money for us, we can then do the things we want to do. I think it works best when there's an intention to use whatever you're selling as part of the life cycle of the product, and you can build a real community around it. So, video games are a great example of this. When you see a big firm say, we're going to do NFTs, yay, and it basically converges to the loot box. It's just a microtransaction cash grab. It's like another League of Legends skin or something like that. And, it's, come on, guys.
So your bearish Clone X, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, hang on. So
I don't have any, but I've been looking. So what are you saying? Give me some FA, buddy.
If you have like a real use and utility of the NFT, like for example with Crypto Bison, we're having these discussions about, well, all the history of the game gets connected to that, and other people can build games, and you can remove your Crypto Bison from that game world and go into a different game world that someone else has built. So there's like this portability, because think about like World of Warcraft. Let's say you spent 10 years playing WoW, and then Blizzard decides to ban you, or they decide to shut the game down. You have just lost 10 years of your life and history, like 6,000 hours or whatever, 600 hours a year or something, that you just put into something that's now gone. It's completely gone. But what if you actually own that? You can take it with you, and you can import it to other game worlds, or at the very least, it's an asset of yours, a property of yours that you can resell. So if you're NFT fundraising in this respect, where your thing is essential to the game model, but in some way is something that can evolve and grow with the user base as you build, it feels almost like a new thing. If it's just basically like, hey, I'm going to go like take tweets and sell them, and then somehow that people will buy them, I don't know why, and they I don't really give a shit about it afterwards, and I'm just using it to fundraise for something. That's like the pet rock or the Beanie Baby. That can't possibly stay. Because no matter how much you want it to, it's like at some point people lose interest and move on, in which case 95% of the people who bought, they'll lose everything from what they did. And then they have a negative experience of it and they move on. So there has to be some connection to some enduring experience. For example, I used to, when I was a kid, play Magic the Gathering. And I was around when the game first came out, so I got some of the alpha packs. I had a Black Lotus, guys, and Magic got crazy popular, so the Black Lotus got crazy fucking popular, and I sold it while I was in college, and I wish I held on to it, because some of these things are selling for like $50,000 a card now. And then the only reason it's selling for that is because there's millions of people all around the world that are playing Magic, and that's like a big deal to have. So you have to have the community, and you have to have the use case, and you have to have that enduring evolution for that to work.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be so interesting to see what the major game studios come up with, because right now, like based on my understanding of the gaming industry and Blizzard and how everything works, it's really difficult to add that kind of layer into an existing game. It kind of seems like it needs to be like a ground up initiative and a ground up effort when it comes to doing the software engineering and the animation, all of this, and that it sort of needs to be like baked into the games themselves. So I'm really curious to see like what the big studios do and how they deploy those. Like the only one that we know of from a big studio has been the Ubisoft launch, which they kind of put into a dead game that not a lot of people play, but it was an interesting sort of test to see like what that could look like. So I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that, or if you think that the future of gaming is going to be with the new studios as opposed to the old ones.
The problem with game studios right now is there's hyper consolidation. I mean, Microsoft now owns Master Chief, the Dofus, and Diablo. It's like they bought everything, So what they're going to do is start using that for exclusive titles and basically aggregating network effect on just a small choice of, consumer options. So I think there's definitely a market for indie games, and we've seen enormous amounts of innovation and fundraising. Like, if you look at Kickstarter, for example, Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2 were both funded through Kickstarter, and then Pathfinder, both games, Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, were both funded through that model in the millions of dollars. And so that allowed them to escape the conventional studio funding model. So there's still a lot of questions about distribution. There's a lot of questions about how can you monetize sooner so that you can allow more value capture for the studio as opposed to the publisher or the distributor. And these are just challenges in the game model. And we're a multi-billion-dollar company. We still have to deal with some of the gatekeepers, even though we can self-finance everything for Crypto Bison and pay for a AAA budget and all this other stuff. So it kind of surprised me how primitive some of the business models are inside the game world. And I can understand why NFTs are desirable. But Ubisoft, you mentioned them. It's important to point out that actually when they pulled their players, like 94% or somewhere around there actually had a neutral to negative view of NFT integration, as opposed to only 6% that had a positive view of NFT integration from Ubisoft's own polling. So far, gamers are kind of viewing this as something foreign or alien or a cash grab. They're not really viewing this as the next generation business model.
Yeah, it's been so interesting to see what's been happening with gaming, and I've been a journalist at gaming outlets as well as at crypto outlets, so I've sort of been straddling this awkward middle ground where I'm in between both worlds and trying to figure out like how both worlds can potentially come together or not, and what that looks like. And the sentiment from a lot of gamers seems to be pretty negative, mixed, very dramatic. And I think it partly comes from a fear of microtransactions. I think a lot of gamers don't like microtransactions, even if it's in a free-to-play game. And I think it also comes from a feeling of that crypto mining is taking away their GPUs for their PC builds, and a bunch of other things. But it's really interesting to see the sentiment, and hopefully people in the space can work on changing that sentiment and help like educate people on the new blockchains that are coming up and how they're different.
I mean, I just on GPU prices, that's actually quite a fun topic. I bought an HP Envy because the HP Envy had a RTX 3090 in it, and the computer was cheaper than if I bought just the graphics card on the market. And the computer had 128 gigabytes of RAM and a Core i9 processor and a PCI Express, SSD drive and everything else in it. But I just bought it. It was cheaper than the graphics card from the retail price of the graphics card, because HP has a supply deal with NVIDIA, and so they get a fixed price on these things. So it's just the craziest fucking thing to see what's happened with GPU prices.
Hey, Slicky, what's up?
Hey, Charles. The question I think everyone wants to know. I was browsing through the internet. I saw this legendary photo of you at the Hawk. We got to get the story on it. And then B, before I forget, when can we mint this Bison project? I know we got almost 2,000 people up here. We're excited about it.
So you're talking about which one, the Black Hawk or the actual Hawk?
The Hawk. I have it as my PFP. I might even mint it. This is all time.
Okay, yeah, that was over in Mongolia, and that's one of the hawks that you find on the roadside when you're leaving Ulaanbaatar. But people hunt with those. They hunt with both eagles and hawks. And I was in Mongolia with Josh, and we stopped, with on the roadside. We saw this guy who had a bunch of hawks. So I got to get a picture of that. And I just happened to have a traditional Mongolian garb on, so put it all on and got a really beautiful shot. But if you want to go all in, you actually put it on your shoulder and you get on a horse and you like ride in the Badlands. And so that's like just one of the most awesome baller manliest moments you can have. So if you
rugged.
Why is this happening?
I wanted to show off Top Shot's PFP next.
It's that Wyoming Wi-Fi. Charles. Wi-Fi running on Cardano.
This is an incredible space, by the way. We got a ton of people in here. What's up, everybody?
Slicky, what up, Andy?
What's up?
I gotta stop saying buddy. Jesus. All right.
He's back. Oh, he left again.
You know he's here. He's gonna be back.
It's a really good mix of like
Charles, do you have a
serious
question for
and not
us?
It is,
serious
right, Erica?
talk.
Let's
Not too
reverse it.
bad.
Charles, do you have a question for us?
Well, I was trying to finish the question there. Well, I lost my train of thought. What was the question?
Well,
The hawk. And then when can we mint the Buffalo
So the
project?
hawk. Yeah, so that was in Mongolia. You know, if you want to be a badass, go ahead and Google eagle hunting Mongolia, and you'll get some amazing pictures there. Now, the profile picture I have for my Twitter page is actually on a Black Hawk, and that's my Black Hawk. I own a civilianized one that I bought for fire control up at the ranch. But we also, when we say hawk, that's another thing that sometimes people mention.
Well, Cardano's a rug, it looks like, everybody.
Man, he's got terrible Wi-Fi.
Don't say there's a lot of Maxes in here. I'm already getting my DMs blowing up.
Yeah, no, I'm destroyed. Dude. All right, anyone DMing me? I was already down bad before the spaces happened, so there's no shot that I'm replying to you. So
I'm just shook that he
need
has
to
a hawk. Like he just
We need to
randomly
get
said that.
opinion on my profile picture.
He's
I've
getting
had this
so
profile picture for like years, and finally someone likes the mugs.
I don't even know what's going on at this point, Keith.
We just brought up Sherez. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Sherez, I guess, is how people are pronouncing this. It's
I don't know what I'm
Shira,
doing.
but
Yeah, James. Shira.
I'm a rug.
Nice.
you're a rug. It's okay. Everybody says Sherez. You're like not the first person to say
Yeah, but we
that.
talked before, so what am I doing?
This is true. This is true.
Don't feel bad. People still calling me Ariana. Like people to whom I've been talking
Ariana?
for like
Come
a year. It's Arena.
Arena. Remember,
Yeah.
Arena, we used to do like spaces way back in the day all the time.
I know.
OGs.
Oh geez, we did like mental health spaces, and nobody cares about mental
No,
health. We get like
no.
15 people, and me and Cold Pizza are just like,
We're just like, it's fine.
yep, it
It's
is what it
fine.
is, you know.
Sometimes I join the spaces that are just silence.
Those are okay. It's like meditation almost.
I feel like that's philosophically like fulfilling the same need.
Yes.
That works. Yeah, we'll go with that. I saw one of those today. We could always use one of those. Moment of silence for all the leveraged traders.
I'm a fan of the fast food cosplay spaces.
It's funny. Oh wait, what? I thought you meant. Oh boy.
I like how
Alright.
sometimes people start the spaces and then the host follow asleep, and then like they don't have a co-host, so it would be a room with like 200 people, and you can hear the host snoring sometimes with the mic still on. I'm like,
Is
what
that what's gonna
that?
happen tonight? Like, do I have to just like go to bed and like leave this? Like, what the fuck do I do here? Charles is rugged.
Yeah.
Charles.
No, I'm still here, guys. I'm
What?
still here.
Wow. Well, dude, you've been rugged on and off like 50 times, or are you just like trolling us by doing that?
No, it's the Android app. The fucking thing doesn't work with Android. I have to either buy an iPhone or I just have to deal with being rugged every hour. Well, every like 5 minutes.
It's high frequency. This thing is recorded too, so I'm gonna literally count how many times you got rugged, and I'm gonna get like a Charles rug counter.
And
You
send
probably
send it to Twitter and ask them when they're going to fix their Android app.
Do you see this? You promise you didn't like actually fuck with us, because I feel like that's a reasonable case we can make to them. Like, look how many times you got pulled off.
No, it's just the Android Twitter app. They hate Android. They hate freedom.
They also hate allowing me to host spaces on my desktop. So, whatever that's about. Well, if anybody else has questions, like for Charles, I would have one. Like, I would like
Email
to
is
know.
up here.
Yes,
Yeah,
email.
I
What's
got
up,
a
email?
question.
I would like.
Everybody?
All right, go ahead, email. What do you got for? Is it for Charles?
Dude.
Okay.
Serious question. What's up with the Cardano block size and the hard fork?
Ooh.
There's no hard fork. There's 3 scheduled hard forks, but there's no unexpected hard fork.
Right.
Oh boy. Well, looks like Cardano's tempting around the $1 range. I'm gonna sleep with one eye open tonight.
I mean, I'm still up because I bought like fucking 10 cents. Like I always say, like I'm always chilling. If it's like $1 or $3, like I'm like
listen.
I always spend my Cardano, and then it always comes back. I don't know. It just appears back in my wallet magically. I don't know. So I mean, that's my spending money.
Charles, you should join the spaces more often.
Wait,
Such a
Charles, do
blessing.
you have any questions for us?
Yeah, we're happy to answer.
Yeah, do you have any questions for me?
Wait, also, I want to talk to you about the mammoths, and it's actually at the intersection of mammoths and NFTs and the George Church thing. That's when I originally raised my hands, but we can entertain that after if preferred.
Oh God, I'm not going to talk anymore.
Mammoths.
I'm not going to talk any more about mammoths because I think Ben is
Okay.
listening
So this
right
is not
now,
about
but,
mammoths. This is just
okay.
about the Genome Project, the Human Genome Project, and George Church.
Sure.
And George Church, yeah. And Human Genome Project, right? How they're creating a synthetic genome, and how that pretty much means that if successful, we'd be able to just like print an entire new human race, without having to go with any like mother or father, right? So just embryos from synthetic genome code. And basically, what I'm saying is like, couldn't we, like, so Church's lab is doing the mammoth stuff and this, right? So couldn't we just put this all on chain and do generative NFTs of different, like, really bastardized random combinations of traits and genetics from different animals, and then just have like a 3D printer for life where you can create this, like,
Oh my God.
3D generative NFTs?
It sounds like a dystopian novel.
Yeah, so that's my question.
Yes, yes, you could do that.
What?
Do you want to do that? Who knows? But yeah, that's where the shit is going. It's going to be
So now
a
that I
wild
have
and
all
fucking
of your
crazy future.
attentions, all 1,600 of you, I am raising for an NFT project to create human mammoth genetic mutation on chain and then 3D print them. So if you're interested,
When allow this?
So that's like you like the centaur is half human, half horse. So this is like the mamtar.
This is the mamtar, yeah. Mamtar sounds like a breast cancer scan, though.
Oh my God. I love where this is heading.
It's actually a Turkish brand of tampon.
Oh my God.
What the fuck?
This reminds me of the book Oryx and Crake by Margaret Atwood, where she talks about like pigs growing human organs on their exterior skin and stuff. It's so crazy.
Hey,
Definitely
do not
check
mock
out that
the kidney pig. I'm always gonna keep a kidney pig in the backyard just in case. Actually, Kate, they've actually had the first successful xenotransplantation recently, where they were able to do a kidney transplant of a genetically modified pig into a human, and I think they've also done a heart xenotransplant as well, if I remember correctly. So that's a thing now. Kidney pigs are a thing now.
Yeah, what I just am trying to wrap my head around is like, if you have a pig organs inside of you, like, how can you still eat pigs? Like, that would be kind of weird, right?
Well, plenty of species start embracing cannibalism.
That escalated very, very fast. So we went from Twitter verifications to cannibalism. I love the spaces.
What happened? Like,
well, once you bring in the kidney pig,
James,
all
what'd you do?
bets are off.
Dude, I try to bring up people because they DM me.
James,
And,
I just like look away for a minute and I come back and I'm just.
You DM that you want to filter people, but you're too high. Like, what do you want?
Yo, what, dude? What? I don't know, dude.
You have to be careful with this thing.
Oh, James, when milk. Well,
right. Let's go back to a better topic. Right, we talked about Chipotle, right?
Wait. Chipotle?
Yeah,
Rex. Where's Rex?
Yeah, exactly. Rex left. Why don't we start talking about Chipotle?
We needed Rex before this.
Right, let's settle this. In and out.
We got some we got BT music.
In and out for sure.
We have some interesting people requesting. Hold the fucking phone here.
Charles, In and Out or Five Guys?
Oh,
come on! You even gotta ask that. Five Guys, man. Five
Yes,
Guys.
sir.
Not just at a truck stop, but the sandwiches are great too.
Five Guys is the way. There you go.
Okay, we need Corey to ask serious questions again.
We got
I got one.
Let me
I've had one that I've been thinking
Not too technical.
Not
Not
like
too
fake
technical.
serious, like real serious.
I've been thinking about one. Okay, so I want to get Charles's take on the energy narrative. Actually, I have watched Michael Saylor this year, as many of us have. And actually, I think he does a really good job describing the digital energy narrative. And I think it's kind of a compelling thought framework for the way Bitcoin operates. You spend energy to mine Bitcoin. That Bitcoin can move around the world and then be spent for energy in a local market. Obviously, there's the energy FUD. Ethereum is trying to upgrade. Cardano has always been proof of stake. What are your thoughts? Like, particularly, it seems like Bitcoin has no intention of ever moving away from proof of work, etc.
Okay, so a consensus algorithm does three things. First, you pick somebody to be in charge. The person who's in charge makes a block, and then the network accepts that block. Now, you have a lot of variations of this, but those are the three core utilities of a system. So the only difference between proof of work and proof of stake is that first step. They both make blocks, and they both broadcast. The network has to accept those against some sort of known logic. But the difference is that in proof of work, you have a big competition where you're buying these computational lottery tickets. And each one's a hash. And whoever has the most, whoever gets lucky, I should say, and finds those magic numbers, wins. And that's chance of winning is proportional to the difficulty and the amount of hash power you have. So how many lottery tickets can you buy per second, basically? Now, as the price of the asset goes up, the competition goes up, and so you expend more and more energy over time, which is why Bitcoin went from a single laptop to these gigantic vertically integrated data centers that hundreds of millions of dollars with subsidized power. In some cases, they're using like flare gas off of natural gas wells and shit. It's crazy what these guys do. So ultimately, that verticalization means that the protocol gets more centralized because you have fewer and fewer independent operations and more professionalized, extremely expensive mining operations running and competing with each other. So there's an oligarchical nature to that market. Okay, that's just proof of work in a nutshell. So proof of stake creates a synthetic lottery, and it basically has an incentive to use as little power as possible in that process. And it doesn't need to have this bizarre thing of a competitive equilibrium where the higher the value of the asset, the more energy expenditure, thus more centralization. So you ask the proof of work people, well, what do you think of proof of stake? And instead of saying, well, it's a different thing, it's plutocratic, rah, 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 they basically say it's perpetual motion, it cannot exist, it's a scam, and there's no burden of proof that will satisfy them otherwise. Because the inconvenient truth is, if proof of stake is legitimate, you don't actually need proof of work for a global scale system. Now, you can argue that it's nice to be able to freeze energy consumption into some sort of scarce unit and create a price for that, but you have wasted the power to produce that transaction. It's just a fact. And they go, oh, but it was generated with alternative energy. Well, yes, I could also use the same amount of alternative energy on something else, like the lights on my home or my battery-powered car. But I've decided to expend that energy, freezing it into a crypto asset. So you only do that when you believe that's the only way you can do something, and every other way doesn't make sense. So I just don't buy the argument whole.
Hey, Emil, what's up? Do you have any questions or?
Yeah, I have a question for Charles. He's down there. Let me wait for him to
Oh
get
dear
up.
God. Okay, 1 second.
That proof of stake is the future. Most of the coins are moving that way. When we first got started, less than 1% of all market value was in proof of stake protocols. Now about 40% of the market value is in proof of stake protocols. The value is moving that direction because you get enormous efficiencies. You can create heterogeneous networks. You get much more sophisticated network architectures, and you just ultimately get much more throughput at a lower cost. Now, if proof of work is to be useful, it has to be useful, meaning it has to do non-useless computations. We have a paper that's coming out that actually talks about useful proof of work. And I think this is the future for proof of work, because you're creating a marketplace for decentralized computation then. But under the current model, it reminds me a lot of the old steam engines that were powered by timber. And if we kept with that model, we'd clear cut all the forests of the world, just power our steam engines. But we moved to different resource, a different fuel source, and we went to coal. And then later we went to diesel and to other things to power motility inside the system. And that's effectively what we're doing now. 13 years of innovation have given us different protocols, and those different protocols are much, much more efficient for the same job. Now, if Mike Saylor wants to go and contort himself in bizarre angles, it almost reminds me of like Thomas Aquinas and all of his justifications for the doctrine of the Catholic Church. And they ask him things like, well, hang on, why can someone be punished for an infinite amount of time in hell for a finite sin? And he said, oh, well, betrayal of God is an infinite sin and therefore needs infinite punishment. I mean, yes, you can, if you're a really smart guy, like spend a long time kind of trying to contort reality to justify beliefs. And you can come up with some pretty interesting and unique arguments that sound plausible. But at the end of the day, whether you're proof of work, proof of stake, you're doing the same three things. And the argument is it secure? And we wrote a paper, the Ouroboros paper and the GKL paper, and we went through the peer review process, as did Al Grand and as did many other people in the proof of stake market now. And there are literally thousands of scientific citations and years of publications, dozens of papers by everybody at major universities, and now production systems governing $100+ billion of value real time, with billions of dollars of turnaround real time every day, and years of uptime, demonstrating a counterexample to the argument that it doesn't work with no successful attacks. And yet the response is, well, that's perpetual motion. It doesn't work and it's wrong.
Okay, so we do have a few questions, so let's just do some speed rounds. Charles, you don't have to go too deep into these questions.
This is an important one because it comes up a lot, and it's a deeply frustrating question because it's so blatantly unfair. The proof of work versus proof of stake thing. It's like they pretend like we just came up with something in a college whiteboard and we were just like talking with our friends over lunch about it. But guys, there's literally like years of history here and $100+ billion here and all these papers and all this engineering effort and deep and critical thought. And all that thought is completely ignored by the Mike Saylors of the world. And then they contort themselves in these bizarre arguments and say that somehow Bitcoin's actually alternative energy friendly. I'm sorry, when you create a system that consumes more electricity than a nation state, a big nation state like Ecuador, and there's an alternative way of doing it that accomplishes the same goal, but it consumes less power than a warehouse, you didn't do something good for the environment. It's just like a weird cult that says, let's gouge out the eyes of every third child, or else the Viking spirits will come and get us. It's fantasy. It's absolute fantasy, and it's hurting the environment. It's hurting the reputation of the industry, and it hurts innovation.
Okay, we do have a few questions for you. Emil, how are you doing? What's your question?
I'm good. Charles, I have a question regarding just Cardano as a whole. Like, why Africa and not Latin America as a focus of Cardano's, mission? Latin America has a much stronger potential, economically at a level of growing. Because Africa's estimated to have a 13 trillion USD economy, while Latin America. What?
Okay.
Also, my particular focus is on Africa, but remember, Cardano is an open protocol. And there's a huge Cardano Latin American community. They're in Argentina.
Yeah, me myself, I'm working on right now. Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm working on an app that will literally revolutionize that in Latin America using Cardano and a bunch of other coins. Yeah. That's why I'm kind of bullish on it.
But my point is that it's not just Africa; it is Latin America and it's Southeast Asia and it's many other places. Just I have to decide where to invest my time for my company, but I'm just one of 200 that are in the ecosystem for companies building things. And so I think there's a lot of great marketplaces to work there, and the tools that we build are open. our identity systems, reputation systems, microfinance plays, all of these things work very well. And frankly, there's some deals that I think are going to create a lot of Latin American adoption in Cardano. For example, the Boost Mobile deal with Dish. There's about 8 million customers there. Half of them are undocumented immigrants that regularly remit money down to Mexico. So if you on board create identity there and create DeFi applications there, you're going to see a large amount of collateral DeFi proliferation in Mexico and throughout Central America just by that one user base there. So it's definitely something that we talk about, but there's a huge community down there, and there's people like yourself that are building. It's just I have to pick and choose my battles, and we're optimized right now for places like my company's optimized for places like Kenya and Ethiopia, and these are huge markets, but by no means are they the end all be all.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Charles. I tweeted at you like the white paper of the thing if you want to read it. Just as a, I just throw in a punch.
Okay. Keith, what's your question?
Yeah, I just had one question for Charles. If he had $1 million to invest in strictly crypto, what would be your breakdown? And don't be biased.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I really like Ergo. I mean, I assume I can't pick Ada, right? Because that's the bias.
Well, I mean, you can pick Cardano, but don't be like biased because you're the founder. Like, just a breakdown percent wise.
Oh, well, 100% Ada then.
Well, no, I'm saying you can't be. You can be a little biased, but not like I made Cardano biased.
So you can be biased, basically.
Okay,
but not
90%
like
Ada and 10% Ergo.
That doesn't sound that diversified. I don't know.
All right,
Cardano.
Actually, I changed my question. Cardano doesn't exist. What's your breakdown?
I'd probably just buy Bitcoin until something better comes along.
Over ETH, you pick Bitcoin? Down tremendously, Charles.
You're a crypto genius. I want to hear some real knowledge. We know Cardano's good. That's why I bought 10,000 of them. But I want to hear what you know about. I want to hear some info.
Yeah. The problem is, guys, that these aren't rational markets. So even if something is like Ergo is a great example, it's a technological marvel, and it's what Bitcoin should be. And the damn thing is got no traction at all. So it has everything to do with insider stuff and macroeconomic conditions. Like, for example, Dogecoin's ascendancy. Come on, and so you can't honestly tell me there were any fundamentals there outside of a surge of a community. So it's impossible to take $1 million and just plop it down. It's better just go to casino and bet it on red.
Well, let's say the market's perfect. No bearish signs, nothing. What has the best opportunity for growth?
Yeah, but if it's like in a bull market, just evenly distributed amongst the proof of stake coins, the third generation proof of stake coins, and rising tides will occur, and they'll probably all do equivalently well. So those are the Polkadots and the Solanas and the Cardanos and so forth, and at least one of them is going to get a 10x or 20x in there. So if Tezos doesn't get it, then Cardano does, or vice versa, and there you go. And the problem is that when the bear market hits, it's like everything collapses, and it's just it just is what it is. So you just can't win. And I'm the world's worst investor in these things, guys.
True. But can I ask you, are you allowed to say what your portfolio is? Not numbers, but just your portfolio in crypto.
Well, that's easy. It's just Ergo, Ada, and Bitcoin. I don't even have any ETH.
How do you spell Ergo?
ERGO. And I'm not an Ergo shill. It's just Ergo was actually a project that was spun out of input output. So Alex Chirpinoy used to work for me, and he kind of designed it through a product called Scorex, and we co-designed it together. And I just always admired the kid, and so he created the project. And it's a small cap, but I just got some because he happened to have been around, and I took a position. And I used to have some Ethereum Classic as well, and I sold all of it. I just couldn't take the community anymore, and just the stupidity of the politics of it. And I had some Dash and a few other things throughout the years. I had some Horizon, because we did a deal with them and worked with them, and they paid us in horizon, and I still probably have some of it floating around. And I suspect there's a few other things that are sitting in the treasury.
Do you like Ergo because you just like the kid, or do you like the technology? Because you said you liked him, so you just got it.
Okay, 1 second.
Dude, Ergo's good. Like, it's a good play, in my opinion. Financial advice.
Well, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, Ergo is interesting because it uses Sigma protocols and extended UTXO, and it uses a really clever proof of work algorithm called the Tokenizing, although they've had some difficulty with that one. It's just a really well thought out cryptocurrency. Like, for example, proof of no pre-mine, and there was a Bitcoin style distribution where it started at 0 and you kind of mined it through. So it's a very pure currency, but it has a treasury system and a litany of other little things. And there's real tech there, and there's real community. Plus, it's also created in Scala, which is a beautiful language. And I really like the architecture of the language, like the pure separation between the transaction layer and the network layer and the ledger rules and the consensus algorithm. All of those components are very beautiful from an architectural viewpoint, from an execution viewpoint. And I just really like Chirpinoy's mentality. I mean, he kind of spent years and years and years thinking about it, writing papers about it, and built it himself, just like Satoshi built Bitcoin, and launched it without any concern or care whether it was commercially successful or not. So that's the kind of stuff that I look for. It's like it's an intellectual curiosity to scratch an itch. In this particular case, the extended UTXO model and Sigma protocols were the two things that he really wanted to test. And now we have Ergo Dex and several other great, interesting dApps there. And it really helped us in the Cardano space think about design patterns of extended UTXO, because they launched before we did that programming model. So we learned a lot from it, from that. And I just like the community; they're friendly people. But I show you how bad of an investor. I could have sworn that thing would be much more valuable, but it's gotten no love or traction from the market. So don't take advice from me in this respect.
No, I understand that. I just have two more statements. What % of your portfolio is crypto?
My personal portfolio. So 100% of my assets that aren't equities for companies I own are crypto. And then and those companies have their own treasuries, and obviously those treasuries are diversified. But my personal assets are either crypto or equities from companies I own or have invested in. I don't actually own any stocks or bonds.
Okay, and then my last statement is, without giving too many details, who is Satoshi?
I have no idea.
I'm kidding.
All right, Erica, Nat, and then Shek have their hands up.
Yeah, Shek is up next.
Yeah, go ahead.
What up, guys? Hey.
What up, what up?
Hi, Charles. I also want to shout out Matt James in the audience because I'm a huge fan and I just get to say hey. No, Charles, I got a question for you. I've learned so much about crypto in this past hour. I invested in ADA. It was my first cryptocurrency back in July, sold it around 3, had no idea what I was doing and made some money, and it was great. I want to know what you think about people like me who know nothing about cryptocurrency, basically nothing about the technology. I'm an artist. I'm not a I'm not a technical person. Do you see people like me? I feel like I'm a rare case. Do you see people like me purchasing ADA? And how would I use it?
I mean, if great technology is going to work, it's got to work for everybody, not just one group of people. Like the magic of electricity is when you walk in a room, you flip a switch and it turns on. The magic of cell phones is you don't really have to understand anything about cellular communication and network protocols and multi-touch screens and liquid crystal displays and all this arcane stuff. You just push a button and it just turns on, and you just tap something and it just works. So as technology gets better, especially emerging technology, user experiences need to improve. And it gets to a point where mainstream people can use it, and then it enables something. So great technology enables things you couldn't do before. So we had smartphones before the iPhone, but we really didn't have an iPhone-like experience before the iPhone. Like, for example, I remember years before the iPhone came out, so it was, I can navigate with a map app on my phone. And it was a horrible, horrible experience. Like one of those Blackberries with the keyboard and God. And then you see the iPhone, it's like it's touch, and you have Google Maps, and you can actually explore it, and it's moving with you, and you're like, holy shit, this is like proper GPS, and I just tap a button for that to happen. So what you have to do is say, okay, where in crypto does this exist? Okay, so you're an artist, or let's say that you're somebody who's a small business owner or something like that. Well, wouldn't it be so cool if you have a business model that you now can do that you couldn't do before? Maybe it's crowdfunding, or maybe it's non-dilutive fundraising for your business. Maybe it's new markets to sell things to. Like, let's say you're a musician and you're bored. Okay, you're LL Cool J. Okay, so if you get to be LL Cool J for the day, congratulations. And so you just get up at like 1 o'clock in the morning. You're just shit-faced bored, and you say, I'm going to hold a fucking impromptu concert. And you just broadcast on this new crypto platform. You click a button on your phone. You just start freestyling it, and then people can tip you. And let's say all those people have crypto, and it's super easy for them to tip. They just tap something on their phone, and then you wake up and you made $50,000 for like 30 minutes of spitballing and freestyling with your fan base. And then you can just give them NFTs, and you can like give them merit points and shit like that. And they keep it with them. And let's say it's like a crowd loyalty thing. So if they attend to all of your freestyles, that gets connected to your tickets when you have a concert. And a year later, because they have all that stuff, they get backstage access. They get to meet you. So that's an example of an experience that, frankly, is only possible with crypto. Because it just costs too much otherwise, like microtransactions with MasterCard and Visa. No, you need a centralized service and all this sign up and all these other things. The spontaneity of just clicking a button, have a service come up. No, you need a relationship with YouTube or Google or some shit like that. No, it's just thing. You're just sitting there. You just click a button, and then they have wallets, and you have your thing, and it just all works. And then that ticketing thing, normally you'd have to make a deal with Ticketmaster or the venue or all that other stuff. They got a wallet and an NFT, and you could see that you issued it to them, and you just basically count all that, right? So that's the power of decentralization and new experiences. And a lot of that are going to be invented by entrepreneurs or people just having fun and constructing things. And when you get it right, it really is transformative. Suddenly you have an artist who made 50 grand for 30 minutes of work, and there was no agent involved, no booking involved, no sale of tickets involved. And they have now a more direct relationship with their audience and new tools to interact with their audience. Another thing is you can create a request system. Let's say, you get a posse of people together and you want to hear the Rolling Stones play a private concert for that posse of people. What they can do is contingent fundraising. They can create a pot of money and just keep adding to it until the Stones play. And at some point, it gets to a tipping point where they're like, shit, let's go play. There's $1 million here. That's pretty cool if you think about it. What about a movie? Let's say you guys want to see a movie where Brad Pitt is in a gay relationship with, pick your Nathan Lane. It's like The Birdcage 2. He's having an affair on. Robin Williams is dead, so it's like that's his second husband. And there's some batshit crazy. Let's say the Coen brothers direct and Quentin Tarantino wrote the script. Okay, how much would you pay to see that movie with a guest star from Jeff Bridges playing the dude?
I'd pay a lot of ADA.
Yeah. Right. And so what if you just had a platform where you could just put those crazy fucking things together, and then it just reaches a tipping point, and then suddenly the studios are like, well, there's like 100 million pre-committed to making this movie. Well, you guys want to go and do it? Yeah, let's fucking do it.
Well, Charles, I don't want to interrupt you. I mean, you've brought up so many great points. You've answered so many of my questions that I've loved to get answered. But I guess like kind of my next point to that is, do you think that all kind of art that's living in Web3 needs to have a utility? Whereas kind of just like IRL, if you go to an art gallery, you're getting an experience. I guess I'm kind of saying is, do the people that are interacting with it on a Web3 platform or whatever, do they really need to get something in return for people to make the investment?
No, I think it needs a community. So utility is where it does something for somebody, but value comes from a community. I've had so many fights with Peter Schiff. The last time I had this fight was years ago. I was at the Aspen Institute and I ran into him in the hallway. And we ended up spending like 20 minutes going back and forth. Like, Bitcoin is a scam and it's worthless. Rah! And I was like, but it has a community. He's like, that doesn't mean anything. There's no intrinsic value. And it's like, don't you understand that if people are willing to spend time, effort, and hard-earned money on something that it's valuable? Yeah, but it's subjective. And I was like, well, everything is subjective, even the value of money. I mean, if somebody comes up and says, here's $100, like, well, it only really works if you believe the $100 is valuable. What's the intrinsic value behind that, right?
No,
So,
for sure.
yeah,
For sure.
so you know, you have to have those dynamics of community behind something. And so the question is, what creates and sustains that community? Every NFT issuer has to ask this fundamental question: where does the community come from? And what keeps the community around? So my crypto Bison game, we have NFTs. Well, it's a PvP game, and it's PvP with music. So your Bison are actually artists, and you create music, and they perform against each other. And there's a spectator component, and there's actually like a card game underneath it, and all these other dynamics. And so it's a really advanced game, and there's a lot of utility there. That's just fun. And so but that's useless if there's no community. Let's say there's a sustainable community of millions of people, then that will have enduring value in that respect. And you can still have a community around non-utility things, just like an art gallery example. There's a community of people who think Da Vinci is one of the greatest painters of all time, and thus the Mona Lisa is really valuable. But then compare and contrast that with Jean-Léon Gérôme. I have some of his paintings. He's a phenomenal masterpieces that this guy, like Policio Verso, the gladiator fight, it's the one you see in my office when I do the AMAs. I'd argue that beats the Mona Lisa out of the water any day of the week. But there's not a very strong community there, so the value of that painting is substantially lower than the value of the Mona Lisa for whatever reason.
I know you said you don't have any NFTs, or I think you said that. I mean, at least speaking for myself, the communities that I'm a part of make the NFT world so valuable, like you're kind of touching upon. And it's when these artists can kind of form these communities, that is when I guess we do kind of have the biggest benefit. I mean, shout out to the Coolman's Universe and the Lemons over here. But no, it's you're hitting the nail on the head. And now last question, and I'll get off. You mentioned Brad Pitt. I need to know your top 3 favorite actors.
Well, you know, I really like what's his name? There Will Be Blood guy. Yeah, he was also Gangs of New York. God, why is the name skipping? It'll come back to me in a second. But he's great. I really, you know, I'm incredibly biased to William Shatner because I keep running into him every now and then. Did I ever tell you guys a story about when I had dinner with William Shatner?
No, you didn't. Can you please share?
Okay, that was a great one. I was down in Mexico, and we were in Cancun, and he happened to be at the same event that I was at. So the event organizer's like, hey, you want to be at William Shatner's table for dinner? I was like, do I? Oh, my God. And so I sat down, and we ended up talking about horses for like 20, 30 minutes. And then he started asking me about the cryptocurrency space, and I'll never forget this moment. The guy's like 90 years old, by the way, but it was one of the greatest moments of my life. So I said, Bill, you got to be really careful with the cryptocurrency space because there's a lot of fair weather people that tend to cling on to you. And then he looked at me without skipping a beat, and he said, Charles, I hate Klingons. And it was just like, did he say that? Oh my God, 90-year-old William Shatner at 1 o'clock in the morning after copious amounts of alcohol is like making a Klingon joke. This is the most amazing thing in the world. So I mean, come on, that's just pure talent. You gotta give him credit. And I really like who else? There's so many good actors. I think what's his name from Prometheus?
Daniel Day-Lewis is the
Daniel Day-Lewis, yes. And then the other one from Prometheus who played David is just so damn talented. He also was Magneto. It's got like the 10-inch schlong. What's his name?
I have no idea.
All right, Erica, and then Nat.
Thanks, Charles.
Hey, so we all know you're really busy with, founding all these things and doing big things on the blockchain, but we were just wondering, what do you like to do for fun that's not tech related?
I spend a lot of time in husbandry and agriculture, so I do a lot of hydroponics work and aquaponics, and I'm just about ready to turn on a mushroom farm here. I cultivate lion's mane and reishi and all this other stuff. So that's incredibly fun. Also, I spend a lot of time hiking in nature. I got a big ranch, and so it's always fun to go out there when I can. And then I have a lot of things, like I've recently gotten way into meditation. I'm working with the Neural Meditation Institute, and we're trying to figure out how to enhance feedback for meditation so that you're meditating properly. for different forms of meditation. So I've been looking at various headsets, like the Crown is one and Muse is another, and we're actually in discussions with the Kernel Flow guys about whether you can use FNIRs like you do EEG. So, I'm always just thinking about like what's the next big thing or what's the project. I read a ton. Like I try to read a book every week, and I read a lot of summaries of things, and I'm always asking questions. And my poor secretary, he's got like a Trello board that's a mile long because he has so many different things that he's tracking down. For example, I asked him, "Hey, is there anybody selling beds of nails?" It's a really cool, interesting thing I think we can combine with meditation. And so we used a service called Ask Wonder. We solicited a question for it. It came back. It turns out not only is there's like 3 different people who are doing it, but then the problem with beds of nails is getting on the beds of nails and getting off the beds of nails. It's easy to lay on them because there's an equal distribution of force, but when you get on and off, that's when all the punctures happen. So then we were like, maybe we should design some sort of rail system that makes it easier to get on and off the beds of nails. We should look into that. And it's like just one of those tangents that should not have been taken as far as it was, but we did, and we figured it out almost, and then we'll probably own one. There you go. And I've run into some crazy people throughout the years too, and I try to keep touch with them. Like I ran into Wim Hof years ago, and now I'm like, man, I should really do that cold shower thing and that cold exposure stuff because that guy's so cool. He's the Iceman. And
did you do Wim Hof?
I ran into him. I was at a.
Did you do it?
So I downloaded the app, and I was going to go to one of his breathing seminars. I was signed up for it. It was in Spanish Pyrenees, and then COVID hit. So I had to cancel that, and I was really butthurt about it because I was there, I was ready to go, and I ran into him years ago. You did it?
I did it, and it actually worked way more than I thought.
Well, there's an interesting thing. So the question is, does it really work, or does it fool you into thinking it works? And I've had a discussion with the Oxygen Advantage guys, and also James Nestor did a book called Breathe. And he kind of talks about the scientific things that are happening when you do the Wim Hof method. You kind of hyperoxygenate, but you also create a hypoxic state where your oxygen, where your hemoglobin is maximally saturated, but your CO levels are so low that you actually can't diffuse the oxygen out of your cells. And so as a result, you're actually starving your brain of oxygen, which is why it causes the hallucinations and the sparkles. And it may cause the cold tolerance there. The other hypothesis is that it causes phasing, where white fat turns temporarily to brown fat or behaves like brown fat, and it generates more body heat. But, that's an interesting question. Like, what is the scientific basis for Wim Hof?
I wasn't in the cold, but I almost went 3 minutes, like just with the breathing techniques. And I was like, is this guy a genius? Or like, what's
well, you're talking about 3 minutes holding your breath?
Yeah.
Yeah, because your CO2 levels get so low. And so your body doesn't have the same signal. But you got to be really careful with that because a lot of people who do that breathing technique, if they're underwater, will pass out and drown.
Oh, no, I was not in water.
Oh, boy.
But I also was curious about your aquaponics. Are you incorporating like tilapia or some sort of fish for the nitrogen?
Yeah, that's the standard. You can do catfish, you can do tilapia, crawdads. There's a few things you can put in, but also it's very important that you have the right algae and mycelia inside these types of systems. People always forget the fungal side and the algae side when they do aquaponics, and we're still having some discussions about like an end-to-end biome of what those things look like and what you should do with the aqua side of the ponics, because it really does help. I'd argue improve the taste of the hydroponic yields. Is the problem with hydroponics?
Have you tried like prawns?
No, not yet.
I'm interested. Very.
All right, Nat, you want to ask your question, then email, then Ball is life?
Hey, Charles. It's great to speak with you. I have a bit of a 2-part question. So in recent months, I've taken a liking to Tezos, and you mentioned other proof of stake chains like Algorand and Tezos, and I was curious to get your take on some of the differences between these proof of stake protocols and perhaps their origin, the on-chain governance mechanisms, and the differences in like Tezos liquid proof of stake versus
Cardano is proof of stake, and also, I'll go ahead and ask the second question too. You also mentioned Cardano. Ideally, I liked what you said about parallelism. I think that's definitely crucially important, and the consensus mechanism. You mentioned you ideally would want assets to be assets that are their own blockchain, and if you could maybe speak to that a little bit as well.
So a lot of cases where proof of stake will differ is that first component of how do you select who's in charge? What are the mechanics that go into that? So some proof of stake protocols are bonded protocols where you have to lock funds. And when you lock them, then after a period of time, you're then allowed to participate in consensus or have a chance to do that. And they do this because they're worried about basically chain selection rules. And so there's the problem with proof of stake is that natively doesn't have a notion of algorithmic weight. And so that's just a fancy way of saying that if you're not doing proof of work, then it takes the same amount of work to create a fake proof of stake chain as it does a real proof of stake chain. So there are many different ways that you can kind of resolve that issue in the proof of stake world, but the Ethereum style parlance that started with Casper, and a lot of the derivative thinking there was this idea that you have to lock your funds and have some sort of punitive punishment if people don't behave correctly, and up to including losing their funds. And then there are other differences, like, for example, the stake pool model of how one sets up a stake pool, delegates to it, and then things as nuanced as the auto payment. Like, for example, does the payment go to the stake pool and you trust them to distribute, or does the mechanism do that? And then how does one register a stake pool? Is it registered on-chain or off-chain? So a lot of the design decisions that we made with the Ouroboros, the engine that runs Cardano, were built around a security model that tried to mimic all the security properties that Bitcoin provided natively. Like, it was really important for us to have the capacity to bootstrap from Genesis. We even wrote a paper called Ouroboros Genesis on how to do that. To my understanding, I don't think there's any proof of stake protocol in the market right now that replicates that core capability, including Algorand. And so that's basically this idea that when you join a proof of work network,
Did I get rugged or
little rug action?
No.
You got rugged. Cool.
Just another 10 minutes.
I feel like he got the most amount of rugs per space.
Yeah, because it's Android guy. I got to get an iPhone.
Except for Extreme Tom on the other Cool Cats call the other day.
Oh yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, does he have Android as well, Corey?
I think Tom's rugs are intentional, though.
I think it's Android, but anyway, the crux of it is that Ouroboros was built to mimic a lot of the security properties of Bitcoin, including inclusive accountability and bootstrapping from Genesis. So every actor participating has the ability to verify the entire chain history without a checkpoint, and they don't need a checkpoint to be able to distinguish one chain from another chain. This is a unique capability with proof of stake between us and everybody else. The other thing is we paid a lot of attention to safety and liveness so that there's not contradicting blocks and transactions. A lot of high performance like Avalanche and Ethereum 2, they start breaching into a subjective world where they admit the possibility of a conflicting block or a conflicting transaction. Now, you do this because you want high throughput. And so they optimized in that way. Now, Ouroboros doesn't optimize in that way with this current.
You there, Charles? I see you back.
I've been talking for like 2 minutes. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you just
all
fine.
right. So
I think, Corey, you got rugged.
yeah. So
thank you, guys.
Ouroboros doesn't have that trade-off at the moment. We actually replicate a very Nakamoto style model. So, reasonable projects can disagree on what's a design priority. And, some people optimize throughput to the extent that if the network collapses, you require manual intervention to restart the network, as certain nameless projects shall do. Other projects care a lot about safety, and they really compromise throughput in exchange for that. And that's an example of what Bitcoin has emphasized. It's very low performance, but it's fairly reliable and resilient to a litany of attack vectors. So, it'd take about an hour to go through, a case-by-case trade-off with it. But, the reality is Tezos is running, and it seems to be a stable model under load. And people are pretty happy in that community with it. So, it's outside of the technical trade-off, like we have the ability to bootstrap from Genesis, they don't. We have a different staking model that doesn't require bonding, and I don't recall if they do or not. I think they do. And also, we have automatic distribution of rewards. They don't. But it was Arthur's design trade-offs, and there's a good group of people over there, and they do take things rigorously. I mean, they're big members of the OCaml community, and they work really hard at trying to do formal verification. And Mickelson has formal semantics and so forth. So it's kind of like a French opinion on how to do these things, and we had more of an English opinion because we chose Haskell in that ecosystem. And I've never really been that critical of the Tezos ecosystem from a technology viewpoint. I had some umbrage with the way the crowd sale was done and the initial distribution, and I thought it was just curious how their foundation was formed and so forth. But they're so far past all of that stuff. It's ancient history, and they're just chugging away and trying to do right by their community. And they have a nice little enclave of people and some good actors in that space, like Nomadic Labs, for example, and they're good citizens with the core technology that they're using. For example, they've invested in OCaml research for multi-core OCaml, and they've tried to roll that into the Tezos software to speed up Tezos. And I'd argue it's been actually a godsend for that particular community, because there was only one real commercial sponsor that was doing big OCaml work. That was Jane Street, which was a Wall Street firm. And they had a very specific application set. And then Tezos has been kind of, pushing things in a different direction. Now, that said, the Tezos community, there's some members of it are just mercilessly horrible to the Cardano community. I say kind things about them, and then they say we're a gamble coin MLM Ponzi scheme that stole Tezos's ideas, rah, rah, rah. And they just say it again and again and again. And there's just so much toxicity and negativity there. And it just seems to be unending year after year after years. And it's just bizarre, especially given that both projects seem more philosophically aligned than, let's say, Cardano and ICP or Cardano and Polkadot or other things. We seem to be drawing from similar wells. Maybe they're just jealous that we got the adoption and traction and they didn't. I don't know, but it's just bizarre that there's been so much criticism there. And it's just kind of sad, because there's a lot we could have worked on together, like standards for smart contract certification or other things like that. And I think we could have done some productive work, but it's very difficult at times when one community attacks another community as vociferously as their community has done without any provocation, I'd say. They also use an accounts model for smart contracts. We use the extended UTXO model. So I think that's going to be long-term a huge bottleneck for the Tezos community. But it's a decent thing, and they've survived a lot of governance upgrades. They have recursive governance that's on chain. It was a really clever idea, and I thought that Arthur was onto something. It lacks a lot of formalism like the hard fork combinator has for us, but it's still a really clever idea, and they were first to market with that idea. So you got to give them kudos for that.
Hey, real quick, Ryan came up. Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
Hey guys, good to see you.
What's up?
Try me out.
ML, then Ball is Life.
Hey, how's it going? Charles, again. I have a question and something to tell you real quick, right? Do you think there'll ever be like a burn of ADA? And yeah, that's my question. Then I'll tell you something after.
Okay, so you really have to think what you're asking here. So when you say a burn of ADA, like whose ADA are you actually talking about burning? Because all ADA is distributed at the moment. Everybody who has ADA owns ADA. So like which person would you like to steal ADA from to destroy to benefit everybody else? Do you have a particular actor in mind?
Not really. Just like don't you guys have like a supplier? What's it called?
Yeah,
a
but
buyback.
So should we burn Bitcoin? Should we change the monetary policy of Bitcoin so there's less than 21 million Bitcoin? Because there's no giant pool of ADA just like sitting out there in ether. It's created through the block minting process as an incentive mechanism, but that reward curve is just like Bitcoin where it's deflationary. So it doesn't go from like a foundation to somebody it's minted on the fly as blocks are created, just like Bitcoin is. So you'd have to adjust the monetary policy of Cardano, but it's already a deflationary monetary policy.
Is there not an ADA wallet? Is there not any sort of like buyback of any sort?
No, it's a real cryptocurrency. It's not a scam. So it has a Bitcoin style monetary policy because that's a real monetary policy, and it's been exactly the same since it launched.
Yeah, because I mean, it's because like there's a huge amount of supply of ADA compared to Bitcoin, and like that's
and Bitcoin has 8 decimal points, and ADA has 6. Move it 2, and if it makes you feel better, the supply has already been taken down by 2 orders of magnitude. Maybe that makes you a little happier.
Yeah. And one more
thing. I
don't
think it was shit on ADA. I think that was just an honest question.
No, but guys got to understand. It's like I get this question like every day, and I always have the same answer. It's like it's a real cryptocurrency. It's not a gimmick, and there is no central bank that sits down there creating and destroying coins out of thin air to try to manipulate the price of ADA. I mean, it's a deflationary monetary policy, just like Bitcoin. So if you're asking, well, what should we burn ADA? You should be asking, should we burn Bitcoin? How many people here think it's a good idea to go destroy 1 million Bitcoin? And whose Bitcoins would you destroy? Or do you want to adjust the emission policy?
It's so arbitrary. I'm over this. Please, Charles.
Yo, Charles coming with the heat right now, man.
I want to give Pat a chance and Ball is Life. I see they have hands up.
Next.
Wait,
Ball's Life
one
and Pat.
little thing. One more thing.
Email. I'm sorry, but you've had like a zillion opportunities. You gotta pass the ball.
All right.
Thank
I mean, it's kind of important. But
sorry, buddy.
Hey Charles, I think you're being a really great sport, and it's cool that you're doing this. Firstly, so thank you. And then my question is, do you think that DAOs have worked? It seems like most of these organizations, they'll start as like corporate. Most cryptos, they start as there's like a corporate entity that will create it, and then like DAOs are almost like a buzzword in that like they're used for let's say like legal arbitrage, in that they're this thing that governments don't know how to govern against, and while they're like that they're more buzzwordy than actual working structures of an organization, and that like most cryptocurrencies.
Cold pizza, turn your mic on.
You got a crazy echo.
Yo.
And I'm just curious as to your thoughts. As like, do DAOs work, and will they continue to? And what's your thought, really?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to like a really quick armchair definition of decentralization that like a 5-year-old can understand, imagine decentralization like a Jenga tower, and it's like a functional definition where you're as decentralized as many blocks as you can pull out of that tower before it falls over. So if you're a very centralized structure, if you take out a single block, the whole thing falls over. But if you're decentralized and you take out lots of blocks and the structure is still there, then it's a pretty decentralized tower. And those blocks are companies or decision makers or people. Like, okay, Bitcoin, you take out Mt. Gox and Satoshi and the original core developer set, and Bitcoin's still here. It's pretty decentralized. Okay. So you apply that test when you look at a DAO and you say, okay, well, this organization, first we have the D test, and then you have the A test. So the D is decentralized, the A is autonomous. So the D is how many blocks can you pull out before this thing topples over? And what you find out is most of the things that purport to be DAOs, when you pull out a single block, usually the core developers or a person of last resort that's required to run it, the whole thing falls over. So they're not decentralized at the end of the rainbow. Then the A part is autonomous. So basically that's saying we're substituting human decision making for some form of algorithmic or AI-driven decision making. And there's a lovely essay from Nick Szabo that talks about dry code and wet code, and I'd highly recommend you read it. So like dry is what the algorithms do, and wet is what the fleshy human brains do. And Szabo kind of opines on this for a little while. And so far, I have seen no examples where an algorithm has completely replaced human judgment and human decision making outside of some obvious things, like, for example, algorithmic stable coins. We wrote a paper called JED, where we kind of show some examples of where an algorithmic stable coin can be somewhat self-regulating. But that's a specific thing, a specific target, and presupposes the existence of an oracle. When you want to go to something as complex as a human-driven institution and make decisions like, should Bob get the promotion or not? Should Jane get the job or Bob get the job? These types of things, then you have this combinatorial complexity inside of your decision space that computers aren't so good at dealing with. And even if you develop algorithms to deal with those things, because those algorithms are transparent for the most part, people can engineer against those algorithms to basically optimize. You see this a lot with search engines. There's a whole field of a commercial field called search engine optimization, where people think about SEO for your website and say, well, how do I game the Google algorithm so that you can get a higher ranking on the Google search list? Well, analogously, you can game a DAO and do your own SEO for a DAO to prioritize something within a reputation system or an algorithmic governance. So then a lot of people say, well, then we'll just have a human being get involved to kind of decide against that. And then you're like, well, but now you've just changed autonomy to Mechanical Turk, and your human being involved is a centralized point of failure. So you've lost both the A and the D. You see, so this is among one of the hardest things I think to do in this entire space, because you're basically talking about like AGI or some sort of algorithmic obfuscation that allows you to not reveal your algorithms but still be governed by them. So they need some sort of stochasticism in them so they're not unpredictable, and they have to be blinded. And then also you don't have a good definition of decentralization outside of this Jenga definition of a functional test. We don't have a good measurement for it. So on our part, we're creating a lab at Edinburgh, University of Edinburgh, to measure decentralization in general protocols. And create some kind of index. We're calling it the Edinburgh Decentralization Index, and we're kind of negotiating out how to do that in a fair way. And we've written some papers on it. We also have a paper coming out on blockchain governance in general. That's an SOK paper, so it's a systematization of knowledge. It basically rolls up everything that's known. On the A part, we've been working very closely with an AI venture called SingularityNet, and we talk all the time about AGI and these blinded algorithms and these types of things. But it's a problem that I think will take about 5 to 10 years to 20 years to probably solve completely, if it can even be solved completely. The other side of it is what you're mentioning, which is this concept of evasion of liability. Here's the long and the short. They don't really care who created it. They care who made the money on it. And the founders and the other insiders who made a boatload of money, if they did that and it hurt a lot of people in the process, a regulator is going to find a way to work their way in that direction and punish the party if there's a political will. Martin Schreckl is a great example of that. When you look at how he ran his fund, there was nothing there that was egregiously unorthodox from the behavior of other funds were doing things. It's just everybody in the world hated the guy because he's like the perfect supervillain. So they went after him and they threw his ass in jail. And so analogously, the same thing will happen to a lot of these DAO people that they want to make examples of. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of Wells notices come down for DeFi applications this year, and a lot of them purport to be decentralized. But when you actually dissect them, there's not a lot of Jenga blocks to pull before that thing falls over.
What an answer. Thank you. And then last question. It seems like a lot of cryptos they're focused on their native token being on other chains. And from my perspective, I don't see that as like an active, as part of one of the more important missions of Cardano. I'm just curious, or maybe I'm just not exposed to it. Could you explain your just your views on having Cardano as liquidity on other chains, like how ETH has a bunch of liquidity on Polygon and has some on
that'll happen naturally. So step one is to build a good sidechain ecosystem, because then you have interoperability between an accounts-based model and a UTXO model and vice versa. And then also the Hydra design really long term will probably be able to talk to the Bolt spec, and that means Lightning interoperability will occur there. So first you have to decide how your interoperability bridges are going to work, and then you promote that, and then you build good wallet infrastructure for that. And then you have to ask a question of like, what would add maximal value to the Cardano ecosystem? I'd argue two assets in particular make a lot of sense. A well-accepted stablecoin, whether that be Tether or Circle, and then Bitcoin itself as a wrapped asset. Both of those make a lot of sense to be encumbered on the Cardano ecosystem. ADA itself, whether it goes to other ecosystems or not, it's a governing token of a high utility chain. It doesn't really need to leave Cardano for it to have influence. Really, the native assets of ADA need to leave at some point and enter other systems. It doesn't make a lot of sense to send them to Ether or high saturation blockchains, because your transaction fees are simply too high. And that's why it's going the other direction. They're leaving Ethereum and they're going into layer twos. And what are the layer twos offering? They're basically saying better, faster, cheaper, more scalable. Well, effectively, the sidechains of Cardano are going to do that for Cardano. And actually, I'd argue they're significantly better because you can build your quorum with high-speed BFT protocols as permission ledgers from a permissionless system. So you can bootstrap a high-speed system from a slow system. And that's effectively what you can do with Ouroboros. You can sortition the delegates, the stake pools, and then you can have those stake pools basically run a BFT protocol, and they're 10 to 1,000 times faster than the base ledger. So, you start with just basically getting interoperability between the accounts model, UTXO model, and allow cross-chain transactions to occur. And then you welcome wrapped assets on your base ledger. And then at some point, native assets on Cardano will become multi-chain because they want to capture the customers, and they'll probably do it through the same wallet interface that supports both sides of the rainbow. And I think that's a pretty good first step for interoperability. And then above and beyond that, it's going to be community driven, because you don't have to ask permission to wrap an asset and move it. Not a single person who created wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum had to go call up Blockstream and say, hey guys, you mind if we move this Bitcoin off of Bitcoin and put it somewhere else? No, it just did it. And so if it's permissionless decentralized system, you should have the freedom to do that. And what I worry about is what creates the biggest bang for the buck. It builds all the roads so that such an endeavor is an easy thing for people to do and commercialize around.
Okay, we got Pat next, then Hustler, and then we need Lobsy to ask the most off-topic question he can possibly think of.
Hey, Charles, what's up?
Hang on a second. Do you guys know that we have John Lennon's son listening to us right now, Sean Lennon? Sean, it's good to see you, man.
What the hell?
Are you serious?
Sean, what's up?
Hey, Sean.
Where is
Legendary.
Sorry to call you out, man. It's just I'm a little starstruck.
Wow. So I'm starstruck from Charles. This is like starstruckception right now. I'm starstruck.
Yeah, I'm on the floor.
This is wild.
I bought an Alabama guitar signed. So that's my guitar memorabilia. I need a Lennon guitar. Come on.
I'm digging the muskox, man.
So he requested. He's on his way up.
What in the Lord is going on?
What is happening?
I'm freaking out.
Pat and Hustler will get to you in a minute, but he's connecting.
Sean Lennon and Charles Hoskinson join the Twitter.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hello, Sean.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
absolutely
it's good to finally talk to you, man. I mean, we've PM'd a few times, but it's good to actually see you in the flesh.
I know, I slid into your DMs, Well, it's really nice to hear you talking. It's funny because I was just kind of laying in bed going to sleep and listening to you guys talk. It's in a really interesting spaces. And then I just heard my name come up and I'm like, oh my God, are they talking about me? So then I heard you and I'm like, oh my God, I got to say hello. So thank you. But I am a little bit, I'm a little out of it. I was in a semi going to sleep kind of state, but yeah, man, it's really nice to meet you on spaces, but also it's great hearing you talk. I mean, a lot of spaces are not specific about the technology and they're not very informative. They're more just kind of casual chats. And it's been really interesting to hear your responses to these questions because they've been very on point and informative. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, well, I got a question for you, if you don't mind. So I don't know if you
Sure.
were in the space when I brought up the I was kind of spitballing about how musicians can monetize. So, asking, a musician directly, would like some of these examples be interesting to you to explore and think about?
Yeah, it's definitely something I've been thinking about, and just to start earlier, I experimented with selling my own NFT like in 2020 just because I was curious about the space, and I feel like for me it wasn't really it wasn't about trying to make money or something, but I just find that I never understand anything until I try to do it myself. So I just did it in order to really understand the process. And already back then I was wondering about like how could this impact the relationship between artists and music and their audience and the way that they interact. And obviously there's a billion and one possibilities, because there's a million models that you could imagine between selling limited edition albums just for people who want to buy NFTs, to like actually sharing ownership of copyright of songs, and there's all sorts of ways you could do it. I find it very interesting, and I would love I'd be more interested to hear what you think is going to happen, because you know a lot more about crypto. But in my view, one of the only issues that I have with thinking that it's going to be this huge industry, meaning crypto or tokenization of music, is that I don't know that there's a problem in the tech of the way that music is consumed now for people, meaning that technology tends to solve problems, and I feel like people really get their music basically for free now anyway. It's kind of like people pay for their Spotify subscriptions, sure, but that's sort of as far as they're willing to go, it seems, at this point, for the most part. And so it's not like there's anything to fix. The fixing side comes from artists who feel like they're not getting a fair percentage of their IP, which is true, I would say. I mean, Spotify takes an unreasonable amount of the percentage of music streaming, and that's because they made a kind of back deal devil's bargain with major labels. I mean, I'll just say it, people know that, but the major labels all got a big piece of the equity of that company, and so they don't care about the artist because they're getting paid. And in the old days, the cliche was that record companies were stealing money from artists. I mean, it's a cliche. The basic record deal, whether you were Elvis or the Beatles, was the record company was taking 80-90% more possibly than from your revenue. And the Spotify model is even worse. So it's not good for artists, this system, but it's great for consumers. So I don't know that consumers are dying for a new model, because for them it's really great. And for me, I love Spotify. I get to listen to millions of albums if I want to a day. And so I just wonder, because it would be great for musicians to have a more reasonable relationship to the economics of selling music, but I don't know if that's enough to make tokenization of music a really thriving ecosystem. I'm not sure. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point you bring up, and it's really difficult when you optimize in a way that the consumer is happy, but it kind of screws the artist, because the artist doesn't have the collective buying power then to kind of change that configuration. You need a consumer signal to change it. So you bring up a great point in that respect. So what I was thinking about is saying, well, you can't change the distribution model, but the only thing is, as an artist, you can control is the relationship that you have with the fan base. So if there was, like right here in Twitter Spaces, you're engaging with all of us, and if we had a tipping system or something like that where we could click and thumbs up or something, and actually creates a micro tip to the artist, if you have a large fan base of hundreds of thousands or millions, collectively that can translate to real money. Like every time you engage or interact with your fans, you make tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like I brought up earlier in the space, I don't think you were here when I was talking about it. LL Cool J, and said, hey, what if he wanted, at 1 o'clock in the morning to do an impromptu like concert or something, and and just by doing that with his fans, he could make 50 to 100 grand. The reason I brought him up was that during COVID, when everything was locked down, he would just start live streaming and just shooting the shit with people because he was bored and he couldn't do any performances or anything. And so he was trying to keep his fan relationships alive. And so he would just let them call in and interact with them and so forth. So if we could create, a blockchain-based monetization model there where you could just impromptu interact, almost kind of like Cameo on steroids, and use that as a direct relationship monetization potential with the audience, almost like what a YouTube livecaster does, like PewDiePie and these other people. Would that be something that you'd?
Can you still hear me? It sounds like I got rugged or somebody got rugged.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I do think that kind of influencer model where you're sort of monetizing your, presence and your influence through social media is viable, sure. And it seems like that's where everything's going. Is kind of like, influencer economy. First of all, LL is a G, and I really love that guy. Like I got to meet him a couple of times when I was younger because he was recording in the studio like across the hallway from where I was, and he's a really cool dude. Funny story. I used to be a dork and like wear all these like rings and necklaces and stuff. And I was like, LL Cool J, oh my God, it's nice to meet you. He's like, hey, what's up? And he shook my hand and he crushed my hand to the point that 2 of my rings crushed onto my finger. And I had to like go the next day to get them removed because he's so strong. Like he just crushed the rings onto my finger. But anyway, that's funny. But yeah, I mean, I think that kind of thing is really interesting. Honestly, when I start to just imagine what's possible with crypto, there's so many possibilities. I mean, for, staking music that evolves over time, and you imagine if everyone had like one track of an album, and then you do like you pull them together, and they if the longer you leave them, the more the music changes or something weird like that. I mean, there's all sorts of crazy stuff I could imagine with like generative AI, like making music, and you could get revenue from locking up tokenized sound. I don't know, like I just start to trip out. And so in terms of the possibility for innovation, I feel like there's endless possibilities. I guess all I'm wondering about is what's actually going to be the music industry 3.0, because we've had vinyl, we've had CDs and physical, so that would be 1.0, I guess, from gramophones to mini disc, and then 2.0 is kind of streaming. So what is going to be the 3.0? That's what I'm not sure about. And by that I mean, what's going to be this universal, ubiquitous new system? And that's interesting, and I like what you're saying, Charles. I've heard that kind of idea where you're just essentially getting paid for directly interacting with your fan base and being rewarded for your influence, essentially. And I think that's interesting. Sure, but I'm also curious about different ways of releasing music. In terms of you could release albums with tracks separately, or you could have like remix user interfaces that like you could only have access to if you bought specialized limited edition like bass tracks and drum tracks. I mean, there's all kinds of interesting ideas you could do. I just don't know if anyone would care. I think it would work if you're like Radiohead, but if you're an upcoming artist, I think most people would be like, whatever. So I think sorry to keep rambling, but I think one of the interesting things is that a lot of this stuff works for a certain kind of artist that's already sort of has influence. But I also wonder myself, being more of an indie musician, I mean, I'm not so mainstream myself. I wonder for musicians who are kind of up and coming, or more indie or more alternative, how they could thrive in the space. And I think that's true of artists as well. Visual artists, a lot of really talented artists, like their NFTs, no one cares. So it's not like your success is proportional to your skill or something in art, in crypto. I mean, so I wonder about it. Sorry if I'm rambling, but I wonder about how the relationship to success and in music, having success already, and then being able to benefit from these technologies.
Yeah, well, if we could achieve anything, just new artist discovery would be really fucking cool. Because my problem is I'm kind of stuck in this clique where I'm living in the 1970s and 80s in my musical taste. I haven't been able to quite escape that bubble, and I keep trying.
I think we're all there, man. The 70s and 60s, you can't really fuck with them. I mean, I love modern music, but gee whiz, there was something aligned in the stars in those days.
I just want to find the right combination of drugs to be able to replicate that experience.
Yeah, well, the drugs were probably better in those days, actually. It's true.
So does anybody have a question for Sean or for me?
Yeah, I think Pat was next, and then Hustler.
Hey, what's up, Charles? Yeah, I had a question for you, mostly in regards to like why you chose Haskell to build Cardano. I think I can definitely see some pros with it. Like functional is pretty clean. I think you mentioned like formal verification. It also makes a lot of sense. But do you think that your choice of using Haskell has hurt adoption? Since I think you also mentioned like other functional languages like OCaml being adopted by, trading shops like Jane Street. But yeah, I was just wondering if what your thoughts on that are.
Ironically, there's a musical reason why I chose Haskell, and I'll get to that in a second. It just first you have to understand that you can either go imperative or functional. So these object-oriented languages like Java and C++ and JavaScript and Python, they're considered to be the mainstream languages. But the problem with them is that when you enter certain domains, like for example, a highly complex application that involves distributed systems where you want to have predictable performance, reliability, and security, they don't actually historically behave very well.
He rugged?
Yeah, he got rugged. I'm bringing him back up. He's on his way.
Charles, the habitual rugger dude.
Bro, I don't think I've ever seen so many rugs.
It's Android.
I love how he comes back in and he's like still continuing his thoughts. Like,
it's incredible.
He's literally a pro rugger. Like he's
this is why I tweeted the other day that I'm getting tired of spaces. But anyway, you take the good with the bad.
Here we are. Anyway.
So I was talking about Haskell. So Ericsson, huge company. And they're all about telephones and networking and these things. They actually created their own functional programming language called Erlang, specifically because imperative languages don't solve these issues of concurrency and distributed systems and fault tolerance and so forth. So there's a long tradition of Cisco, Ericsson, all these network companies of actually going into the functional world because the object-oriented world is just really not well suited for these types of applications. So while Bitcoin was implemented in C++, it always made sense to me to pick some form of functional language for it above and beyond formal verification, just because they handle distributed systems engineering a lot better under the hood. Now, the other side of it is that we took the time to write all these really advanced research papers. And the problem is you can't just take a JavaScript programmer and say, here's Ouroboros. And they're like, okay. Like, yeah, you understand the paper, right? Go like write an algorithm. It's like, no, Haskell programmers, a lot of these guys have PhDs in computer science, and they're not scared of a lot of math when you throw it at them. So you have a lot more fidelity on the semantical correctness of whether the protocol was properly written or not. But that's true of any functional language that has an academic background. So we could have just as well chosen OCaml or F# or any of these other high order languages that that have lots of PhDs in the community. So why Haskell? Well, I was a big fan of the Yale Haskell group, and in particular, those guys had something called the Yale School of Music, Haskell School of Music, where they actually used Haskell for algorithmic music generation, and they have a platform called Euterpe. And it's a really cool platform. You can emulate almost any instrument, and you can do algorithmically generated music where you just set an initial state and You could like connect Conway's Game of Life to it, and then it would randomly generate something, and then you keep tuning it until it sounds interesting. So years ago, I'd played with that tool, and I said, wow, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. So I developed a slight affinity for Haskell, and I'd also used Haskell in a few projects when I was doing mathematical stuff. And I just really love the syntactical purity of the language, the conciseness and simplicity of it. And there was a really good model for how to handle concurrency and state manipulation through monads that I thought was a unique thing there. And if you look at the maturity of the Haskell ecosystem, there's actually more Haskell programmers than there are Solidity developers. It's just a true statement because Haskell's been around since 1985. And it's a systems language. So that's not necessarily the language that you use to develop smart contracts. In fact, if you're going to have a large smart contract ecosystem, you have to be a polyglot. So it made a lot of sense to have a high assurance, high performance language for applications that can't fail and for infrastructure that needs reliability. And then to have the ability to extend that to other programming models that are more accessible over time, that look a lot more like JavaScript. The problem is if you start with the JavaScript-like development experience, while you get a lot of apps initially, you also end up with like $10 billion of failed and hacked things. And also when you actually go to build complex applications, those applications are really, really, really hard to build. For example, when you look at Google and Microsoft and Facebook, these are three big companies, right? They have tons of developers and they have enormous economic power.
Rug number 15.
Bro, I'm gonna go back and
Charles,
count that.
don't wreck me like that, bro.
It's a record.
He's coming. He's coming back.
His beef.
I
He's
was
gonna be
in
still
the
talking.
zone.
Look, he's gonna be still going.
Economic power. Hang on. They have enormous economic power. Okay, so look at all three of them. Microsoft was implementing JavaScript applications. They got so tired of it, they created their own version of JavaScript called TypeScript. Google was creating Gmail and all this other stuff, huge JavaScript applications. They got so tired of it, they created Dart. And then Facebook, they were using an even worse language, PHP, and they got so tired of it, they created a language called Hack. So in all cases, when you start using languages that were optimized around developer accessibility, the custodians of those languages, when they reach a certain complexity limit, they break down and create their own programming language because the language is not working for them. So, I'm not a big believer of, well, if we don't have something that everybody instantly understands, that, we won't get any progress. Because at the end of the day, every single JavaScript programmer is going to have to learn the nuances and intricacies of building a blockchain-based application. And if they don't understand them, then you get reentrancy bugs. And you get dozens of other problems that we've seen with the DAO hack and all this other stuff. And you just end up creating garbage where retail investors get fucked up. So it's really good to start from a less expressive, safe core with high reliability infrastructure that is predictable in its performance and safety, and then add expressiveness over time through either domain-specific languages like what we did with Marlowe, or gradually bringing in mainstream languages, but bringing them in within a safe context and well-established design patterns that exist there. It's just a philosophical thing. And then Haskell works just as well as Scala 3, works just as well as F#. So I had personal preferences for the community there and the language there. And since that time, we've hired some of the people who created the programming language to work at IOHK. For example, we have Phil Wadler. He's a senior research fellow. He was one of the original architects and designers of Haskell. And that's actually the other caveat. Because we had access to those people, they had built a lot of programming languages over the last 30 years. And so they just kind of knew how programming language design is supposed to be. And they consulted on Java for Sun Microsystems and Python and all this other stuff and wrote all the papers these other language designers. They all kind of know each other. So they kind of know what a good programming language needs to have and how to evolve a programming language quickly because they made all those mistakes. Whereas if we just chose something off the shelf, it wouldn't have been fit for purpose, and we wouldn't have been able to get access to some of the key talent that would help us make sure we had semantical correctness as well as a good programming ecosystem. So that's why we chose Haskell, and I think it was a painful, but it was a very good choice in the long run.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. One quick follow. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think just speaking from personal experience, like a couple months ago, I was sort of looking at like Cardano and Solana, like much before Ethereum. But just from like an application level perspective, I just graduated college, Carnegie Mellon actually. So thank you for that huge donation. And yeah, I think like in the beginning it was just like Rust, you know, with Solana felt I guess a bit more general purpose. And yeah, I just like was always curious on like you know, whether or not like overall adoption from people like me who are building on like a more application level, you know, if Haskell was like a barrier to entry.
But remember, you know, this is the craziest thing that Cardano disinformation people spread. They're like, oh well, if you can't program Haskell, you can't do anything on Cardano. It's like, well, you know, you're going to support the Ethereum virtual machine. So if you're a Solidity developer and you understand the Web3 paradigm, you can literally port your code over one for one and run it on Cardano, and it'll be just better, faster, and cheaper. When we wrote the original Cardano white paper in 2016, I wrote that paper myself, and I mentioned this idea of the Cardano computation layer. And the idea there is that you have multiple computation models, including the EVM. So if you're comfortable with Solidity in a JavaScript-like development environment, you want to live in that hell, and you know, Hellraiser's your favorite movie. You know, you can get all bondaged up and have your whips and chains. Congratulations, it's there. You know, use it. It's just cheaper to get suited up than it is on Ethereum. But if you like a safe model and you don't want to get cut every day, and you know you really want to invest the time into building great applications, there's a model for you too. So I don't buy this whole developer accessibility thing. I mean, the fact that we support both, and there's a horizon on that this year, I think it's a moot point. And I just think so much more could be accomplished with domain-specific languages. And if that's not the case, you know, you're a developer, you have to ask yourself, okay, well, have you ever programmed a relational database and used SQL? You know, how hard is it to handwrite a database and actually create your own schema by hand, and, you know, figure out your memory management model and all these other things? You don't have to think about any of that with SQL. You have CRUD. That's it. You understand how to build a SQL query. It's a very simple language. Well, that's an example of a DSL. So ultimately, real blockchain programming is going to be built under that model where you use DSLs for the majority of manipulations. And we created basically the sequel of financial transactions. That's Marlowe. It's a Turing incomplete language, and so you can use a SAT solver to verify it, and it's super simple. In fact, you can even design paint by numbers. You can click blocks together and, you know, build your transaction on the fly, and you get a proof that it's correctly constructed, and it auto generates all the code for you. I can't imagine anything that's more developer accessible than that, because you don't even have to be a programmer. It's like the Excel of our space, and that's just one example of that. And we have easy proliferation of DSLs. You could create a legal DSL. You know, you could create your own variant of SQL, kind of like what the Graph is doing in the Ethereum ecosystem. And by the way, if you disagree with all that stuff, then go use Solidity and go live in Hellraiser world. The Cenobites will love you.
What was that?
No,
thing?
That was super insightful. But yeah, I think that's all for me. Thanks.
What was that thing you mentioned with the SAT solver? What was it called?
Marlowe. MARLWE. So Marlowe is a domain-specific language we co-built with Plutus, and actually we're using a kind of a paint-by-numbers visual builder called Meadow with it. But if you look at any of the Marlowe tutorials, you guys can go to the Marlowe playground and build your own scripts, and you literally just dragging blocks together, and you click them together like a Lego block, and then it actually auto-gens the code for you, and then you can get a guarantee that the code is correct, and then you can run it on Cardano. So when you have like, okay, I have 5 people in a contract, and 3 of 5 have to sign, but if the manager on Tuesday decides, then it's only 1 of 5, and you know, if it's an amount of over this much ADA, it has to be 4 or 5. You know, that kind of custom logic. You can kind of click all those blocks together and design a contract like that, and it'll figure out all the code and give you a guarantee that it's written correctly. And you don't have to figure out how to be a programmer to do that type of stuff. And that's just an example of what a DSL does.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out. That sounds interesting.
All right, Hustler, let it fly.
Okay, I do hear an echo.
Can you guys hear me?
Hustler,
Yeah, we can hear you.
Dude, I've never done so many times in this space. It's crazy. Hello?
Dude, like people are requesting to come up. It's not showing up. Like people are getting mad at me for removing them. Like all this shit. Like I can't control the tech. Like please stop getting mad at me for like not seeing your request. If it doesn't pop up, like can't make everybody happy. So I'm sorry if I've been adversely impacted from something out of my control. Please don't blame me. Anyway, Hustler, what's up?
Cold Pizza, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're clear, bro.
You're clocked in.
Hello?
Yep.
Hey, what's
Can
up?
you guys hear me?
Oh, he might be super rugged.
He's just.
All right. Thank you.
We're gonna have
I've got
to.
rugged like 8 times. I've never been.
We're gonna have to
come back
auto
up, yeah.
rug. Auto rug. Can you hear us or what? This is your last chance, honestly.
So this is for Charles. Charles,
Oh,
nice
it's
to meet
over.
you.
Oh.
Hello.
Yep.
I can hear you.
Hustler, we can hear you, man.
You're gonna be all right, Hustler. Let us know what you need.
Dude, I'm getting rugged on my end. So Charles,
oh, we're rugged.
Can you hear me, Major Tom?
Oh boy.
I
Charles,
think it's just
trolling
Hustler.
us? He's trolling
I
us
think
now.
it's just Hustler.
Is it Hustler?
Yeah, well, let me send him down and bring him back up. Hold on. He's been waiting a while.
Yo, I just want to say we've had the spaces open for over 4 hours, so it's pretty fucking wild.
Wow.
I was only going to be here for like 10 minutes, guys. God damn it.
Sorry, Charles.
All right.
Whose phone is that?
It's Charlie. Is that okay if I call you that? Charlie?
You can call me whatever you want, man.
It's like
Yo, Charlie.
It's an affectionate term. You know what I'm saying? Like when I called Rex. You know, my friend Rex. I don't know. He asked you that question before about like your beef with. I don't know. But then like I called him Rexy always, and now he changed to Rexy. So if I call
we've
you
already
Charlie,
gotten to the point where the marriage is no longer the same. The sex isn't what it used to be. We're headed towards divorce, but hopefully we can stay friends.
Charlie, it is.
Charlie,
so Charlie, it is. Unleashed. Charlie Unleashed.
Oh my god.
Yo, I just called Charles Hawkinson bro on his spaces. What's going on? Let's
Out
go.
of control. Hey, Lobes.
What's going
love
on,
you, buddy.
Lobes?
Well, I was saying earlier, like I just opened a space to like hang out with my friends. Like just we just got some wild action. We got John Lennon's son, Sean.
While we wait for Hustler to kind of to get his phone in order there. I just want to say, Sean, yo man, first off, I love that fucking humble brag. LL was just recording down from my room, so I wanted to go shake his hand, and I fucking love LL. And the fact your mom,
he crushed
Sean,
my
had
hand,
the same
like,
surname as my wife, because my wife's Ono too. Yo, dude,
cool,
I got love for you.
Thank you, dude. We're related then.
Yo, dude, I'm in Osaka, man. Yo, those Onos, they don't fuck around. They're hard as fuck, man.
That's funny, dude. Osaka's beautiful, man. I love it,
dude. Oh, I love it. I've been here for like 5 years. I ain't leaving.
Hey guys,
I ain't leaving.
Can you guys hear me now?
Hustler, are you alive?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Last chance to dance, Hustler.
There you go. It sounds like we got
Damn,
you.
finally. God, this is like the worst space. I've gotten rugged like nine
Whoa!
times.
Excuse me.
Don't look at me.
Yeah,
Talk
it's
to
all your
Jack.
fault, Cold Pizza.
Talk to Jack. Yo, I did FUD Twitter hard. Should I pin the Twitter FUD? I thought it was hilarious, personally.
All right, let me ask Charles.
What's your question, man?
Thank you. This isn't a tech question, but how the hell do you do it, man? Like you being in the position that you're in and putting yourself out there, your docs, and you sit here and talk for 4 hours asking questions, and you're like, oh, you guys ask me the same questions that I get every day. I'm just curious to know, like, what's your balance? How do you do it?
Hey, Lobesy, can you mute your mic?
Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah, so it's so I remember something that David Bowie once said. He said, never play to the crowd and always try to make yourself a little uncomfortable. You do your best work when your feet aren't touching the ground. You're in the pool, you're not touching the ground. You're just a little out there. You're not so far out you drowned, but you're out there enough that you're doing something new and interesting. And so it's like I got used to the whole AMAs and doing YouTube. And, I had it down to a science. You just click a button and simulcast to Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And, I just select questions out of the live chat. And, answer it. And then I said, hey, let's do something new. There's like Twitter Spaces, and it's like a totally different experience. And I really like it. I just wish I wouldn't get rugged so many times. And I wish I could simulcast this with one platform. But, I always try to do new things. And what inspires me to keep going is the fact that I meet new and interesting people. And you never know what you're going to get. Like I was just, browsing spaces, and I decided to join one as a listener. And then I kind of got dragged into this, and it's not exactly a pro Cardano crowd. It's just
dragged
a
into
crowd.
this. What do you mean dragged? Don't act like you don't love being here.
Oh,
Charlie.
you want?
Come on.
Now we're just so far along. There's no going back. We spent 4 hours together.
We're literally friends.
We're fucking family now, man.
You're literally holy fuck. I'm a Cardano Maxi now.
Yo,
Yeah.
Charlie, man,
Holy
we're
shit.
Cardano Maxis, bro.
Yeah,
Fuck.
man.
Crazy.
Okay,
Everyone
so
take a breath.
but that's what makes it magical. You never know who you're going to meet, who you're going to interact with, and the kinds of conversations you're going to have. So that's why I keep doing it, because there's a lot of negativity and toxicity there. But that's okay. Don't take it personally. Just kind of work your way through it. The key to life is just trying to do new things and explore new things. And I love doing that. And I always try to reinvent, every few months, and try new things every few months. And as long as I can do that, I think I'll have the motivation to keep going.
So you don't ever get burnt out on you being a punching bag because the chart is going down, as if like you had control of it?
Yeah, but I mean, everybody gets criticized. You get unfair criticism and unfair praise. I wasn't responsible for $3 ADA any more so that I was responsible for 2.5 cent ADA. The macro is the macro, and we do our work, and the dogs bark, the caravan moves on. What you have to do is just ask yourself, what do you have control over? We can write great papers, we can do great engineering, and we can build a great community and invite people into that community, and just make them family, and be good to people. None of you guys knew me before I came in here, but I just chilling with you guys, talking to you guys, and as long as you can keep it at that level, you can always make progress, and you can always grow and always accomplish great things, and ultimately get to where you want to go. There's a clear mission here. I did a TED Talk back in 2014, and I was talking about how 3 billion people are basically getting fucked every day by the world economic system. They don't have identity, and as a result, they pay 85% interest.
Okay. Jack's rugging them.
So, TGB DM me asking if they could ask him a question. I realized that Charles is gone now.
Yeah, he's on his way back.
Don't worry, he'll be back, bro.
Guys, I went to El Salvador, and I got a chance to go to San Salvador, meet Bukele, and run around. And there's some people they get 50% interest a day on loans, and if they don't pay it back, they get their kneecaps broken. It's just the reality for millions of people, if not billions of people throughout the world. So yeah, okay, I'm a punching bag by some kids over Twitter who don't know their head from their ass. But at the end of the day, if we take a step back and say, well, what are we really trying to do? What we're trying to do is we're trying to change the way the world works and make it better for everybody. The literal vision of my company is to improve the systems of the world for everybody everywhere. And I mean, how can you ever get bored or tired or burnt out when that's the vision? Because you go to work every single day saying, how do I make it a little better than the day before? And if you don't have that mindset, then what else are you going to do? You sit on a beach and you watch all the problems, and then you can complain about them, but it's so toxic and negative and cynical. Just be optimistic, be chill, just be like, yeah, we can do it. And just be so crazy that you actually think you can. And you can imagine a better world, one where you actually have a say in making it a better place. And also just love everybody, that's the key.
I have a project called Save Planet Earth. It's an NFT project that's coming out. It's 100% nonprofit. It'll be on the blockchain. All money spent will be people will be able to watch everything. Everything will be on Ledger. Save you the details. But does Cardano have any interest in the initiative, or can I email somebody?
Yeah, well, that's the beautiful thing about Cardano. We've gotten to a point where all innovation is decentralized. So we have Catalyst, and if you have a crazy idea, just go there. There's 74,000 people that are currently participating, and so every idea you can submit a ballot, you can get funding for it, or at the very least use it as a sounding board. That's all you got to do. Just Google Cardano Catalyst.
Yeah, we're not looking for funding.
Yeah,
We're looking for.
you're looking for partners. You're looking for advice. You're looking for, these, and the Catalyst is the same there. So even if you're not looking for funding, there's 74,000 people to talk to that are all in the Cardano ecosystem, building, doing things, thinking about things. And already 300 projects have been bootstrapped from it, in one way or the other. So that's the magic of decentralized organizations, decentralized funding, and decentralized conversations. It's not how brilliant is Charles, or is he interested in your problem or not. If it's a real thing, remember I was saying how many Jenga blocks you can pull out. Take me out of the equation. There should be 100 people to take my place if it's real. And it is. So that's why I'm recommending you go there. You're going to find a kindred spirit and somebody to work with you and collaborate with you, and in many cases accelerate what you're already doing.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah, so TGB, do you have something to ask Charles? No?
Hey,
Okay.
Wimble. No, sorry about that, buddy. How you doing, man?
You're good,
Thank you.
good. Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. So, more or less, I was also going to ask Sean something in regards to producers for music as well as engineers. I think I live in New York City. I see a lot of my buddies who perform. It's very difficult to monetize their actual performance. And I do agree with you in the sense of, for the consumer, it's very easy to access a multitude of different albums, music at a touch of a button, right? So I was curious on what you thought for a producer, if you're able, and what you thought of if you're able to tokenize specific drum packs or instruments or stems that they create specific for limited drops, so consumers are able to buy that and use that for their sounds.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, first of all, I don't want to position myself as some kind of crypto expert, except, I have been in the space a long time. I bought Bitcoin in like 2009, 2010, and it's been a long journey since then, including like rugs and all sorts of stuff. But I'm not a coder, so I don't really understand all the possibilities.
No, for sure.
But I will say is that, for me, I definitely believe in doing and seeing what the market decides. So, I'm really into the experimentation side of NFTs and all this stuff. And I get a lot of criticism, even just being on Twitter. People are like, oh, NFTs are bad for the environment, or it's not real art, or I can right click, whatever. And I'm sort of like, yeah, well, oh, yeah, okay. I mean, it's true. NFTs aren't the same as an oil painting or a marble sculpture. And I see the ways in which they're not, but it's something new and interesting. And let's see where it develops. And the market will decide. I mean, people will decide what they want these things to be. I think it's interesting for me when I see artists like Blau or anybody who's trying to do a musical NFT thing. Even if I'm not a fan of their work, I find it interesting because this is the Wild West. This is when everything's getting figured out. Ultimately, I think we probably don't know what's going to happen. And I think that's true of music, but I think it's also true of, so-called altcoins as well. I mean, the reason I got into Bitcoin was just because the financial crash of 2008 really freaked me out, and it took, surprised me like a lot of other people. So I was, looking into gold and all sorts of stuff. But then over the years, I started to really look into like, why is Bitcoin special? And for me, what really sticks is that Bitcoin is a system that's trustless and doesn't require a centralized agency like a government that has an army, and it doesn't require a central bank. So it's sort of like a peaceful economic system where it's the possibility of a state-based system. But then there's the environmental problem. And so the interesting thing about Cardano, the narrative that struck me first was, oh, this is going to be the first real proof of stake system. So we're not going to have this environmental cost. But that's sort of where my knowledge ends, because I'm not a crypto
for sure
expert. But I do think that that's what's interesting. It's like, okay, so it's a promise of a new economy, and the environmental argument against Bitcoin is valid. Although I think Bitcoin is worth it in my view, and I do think that electricity can be generated in a sustainable way, at least down the road. But I think Cardano being proof of stake already, they've been promising ETH 2.0 for Lord knows how long. It's really it's an appealing narrative to me and my friends who are sort of critical of NFTs, of the environmental impact. And you say, well, look, Cardano is already proof of stake. I mean, not to speak for you, Charles, but I think part of the mission statement is really to help people in largely unbanked areas of the world, and I think that's the narrative that most people are missing, because they only hear about like Elon throwing billions into Bitcoin or something, but they don't realize that crypto is potentially a society changing game where we're not going to need governments and armies to back our currencies with blood or the threat of violence, and maybe people who don't have IDs and are unbanked in third world countries will have more of an equal access to these financial instruments, so they can start businesses and start their own economies despite local dictators or whatever. And so I think the same thing is true for music and art. It's like it's a totally experimental phase, and I have no idea where it's going, but I really am really excited about every time I see something new, especially if I don't understand it. I find it interesting, and I think experimentation is great. And I'm sorry if that was a rambling answer.
No, for sure. And I'm more or less, when, addressing your point of, the utility of how can an NFT benefit not only the consumer, but the artist. So thinking when an artist or a producer or a musical engineer that's not as involved in performance, how can they benefit from this, right? So if they're able to release 5,000 different drum samples to an exclusive basis, and you're able to verify the authenticity through an NFT, and it's more accessible to the consumer that way, right? That, I think that's a whole other side of things where it's not as focused on the performance aspect of it, but more the utility and the stems of the sounds, right? So it's more or less addressing your point.
Look, producers, sorry to take everyone's time, guys. I know like you didn't sign up for Spaces to hear Sean talk about crypto, but I think producers are already doing that without crypto. So, people sell their beats. I mean, you can download packages of famous DJs, loops, and all that stuff already. You could do that through crypto, but it's not like it's that different from what people are already doing. I mean, again, I'd rather hear Charles speak on this stuff, but I think for me, a lot of what I am less excited about is when I see people doing things in crypto just because it's crypto, but it's stuff that you could easily do elsewhere. Like, I don't think everything needs to be cryptified. I don't think everything needs to be tokenized. I don't think everything needs to be decentralized. Like, if you're on a ship, you don't want the ship to be decentralized. You want the captain and a first hand. You know what I mean? Like, there's some things where you want so I don't know that everything has to be tokenized.
But don't you think you can? Don't you think the artist would benefit from that if it's to an exclusive basis of a limited amount of tokens?
I mean, I think it depends. Yeah, I think it depends on the artist, and I'm sure a lot of artists would do really well. I mean, if Dre was like, hey, I'm selling like limited edition beats, like it would be insane, especially if you own the IP of those beats. I mean, people would flip out. But, if I did it, maybe no one would care. So I think it really depends on who you are, you know what I mean? And what those beats sound like.
Sure.
Yo, I just want to say real quick, man, like, we're so happy to have Charles up here, but Sean, dude, you're killing it, man. I was listening to every syllable that you said there. So please, man, you're killing it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I signed up to listen to Sean. So
Charles, can I ask you a question? Because I mean, honestly, it's funny. It's like a dream to get to ask you questions about crypto, and I'm always daydreaming about crypto. I don't know why, but I've become very fascinated with the whole space. Do you see? Because I think a lot of my friends who are not into crypto, they see the space and they're like, what the hell is going on? There's like 100 million coin this, coin that, tokenize this. And it seems like an oversaturated space. And obviously decentralization has a lot to do with that, because anyone can just start their own coin if they want to. But do you see the space in like 10, 15, 20 years as still having sort of millions of coins, or is this going to be a Lord of the Rings situation in which it starts to consolidate. And what I guess I'm saying is, like, how long can we sustain this, like, every meme coin in the world exists kind of economy? And will that solidify into something more reasonable, or is this a space that can sustain a kind of infinite growth of supply of random projects? Like, I just don't quite understand, because I've never seen anything like this. I mean, when fast food happened, there were probably only like 10 alternatives to McDonald's, over the, following 3 decades. Like, but with crypto, it just seems bizarre. So I'm just wondering, do you see it as eventually it's going to sort of reduce, and there's going to be a few important winners that change the world and become the new economy of the world? Or is it just going to continue to be this frenetic sort of never ending Wild West situation?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I mean, all you can do is kind of draw from analogy and look at the market structure as a whole. First, tech always lives through reinventions. When people talk about network effects, I often say, well, if you think network effects are permanent, then, pull out your BlackBerry phone and, open up your Internet Explorer browser and, enter your Yahoo search engine and go find your MySpace page and, log in and complain about it. So obviously network effects change. On the other hand, you cannot sustain in a technology market 1,000 standards. A great example would be operating systems and hardware. In the 1970s and 80s, we had tons of personal computers and lots of bespoke operating systems, but then we consolidated around Windows and later Linux for our kind of our standards. And so that became the technological stack, and people built on top of that. And so we tend to start consolidating at scale to maybe 2 or 3 major pieces of infrastructure that then things are built on, and then you have thousands of experiences there, and we call those long tail marketplaces. So while you may only have 2 or 3 gateways, you have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of communities of varying degrees of size, and value comes from community participation. So the question is, who will win the infrastructure wars? And it's as anybody's guess. And is this a game of constant reinvention where every 5 to 10 years, like normal technology, it refreshes itself with new winners and losers, or
No.
Quick rogue. He'll be right back.
There it is one more time.
And he's gonna continue. He'll be continuing on what he was saying. I love it, man.
Thing is he hasn't stopped talking.
Dude, one time he's not gonna come back, and I'm gonna be down so bad.
Well, I'm here. I got to answer this one. It's a fun question.
I'm gonna be so sad.
It's like 1:00 in the morning. I'm supposed to be in bed, but no, I'm answering this question.
Oh, it's 3 here for me, but I'm at
it. 3
all right. Well, I appreciate you guys, foregoing sleep for this amazing experience. All right. So, consolidation always tends to happen. It's just a question of how aggressive is the consolidation, and is it a constant refresh with an unstable standard, or is it like TCP/IP where it becomes kind of a permanent standard that we've had to live with now for 4 decades? If I had to guess, because of the commercial nature of these things, the token nature of these things, your ability to survive is going to be directly proportional to your ability to evolve. So if you're static, you'll die. If you're dynamic, you can reinvent yourself every 3 to 5 years, and you have an evolution mechanism built in, you'll kind of keep up with the times and stay relevant regardless of the challenges of the times. This is why we built a governance system into Cardano and an upgrade system in. And by the way, that's Dash chased that, Decred chased that, Tezos chases that. So it's not exactly like the most unorthodox of ideas, or it's unilaterally a Cardano idea. It's a ubiquitous idea in the governance coins. But I think that's a necessary condition, but not sufficient for survivability. It also has to be relevant along certain verticals, and those verticals have to build infrastructure that doesn't want to change. So if you do a lot of GovTech and you get the governments on board, they're probably not going to switch out their systems anytime soon after they've done that. So if you're on the right upgrade cycle, like mainframes, you can get a tremendous amount of durability from that, which will keep use and utility for the system through a B2B2C play, business to business to consumer. So a lot has to do also with the growth model. Where are the customers coming from? So, for example, you get enterprise users and they're locked in. You'll have 10 years or 15 years with them. If you get video game users, you have 6 months with them. Don't believe me? Look at Farmville and see how quickly their user base evaporated, or Angry Birds, or any of these other things. And they're on top. They have enormous volume, and then it's gone. And it's now on to the next big thing. So taste and preferences change as well. So there has to do a lot with the churn rate of the user base, the virality and the incentives behind the virality of the user base, and ultimately the customer acquisition model for that user base. And nobody has quite cracked that yet, because right now the killer application of the cryptocurrency space is value appreciation. That's what gets a lot of people in general to pay attention to the game. They say, oh my God, it's $2 trillion. Wow, I don't want to miss out. There must be something there.
Another quick one. Here we go. Get ready.
Mini rug.
Yo, dude, I'm starting to look forward to these, man, because he comes up and he's still
comes back hot, right?
Yeah, just build it up.
Come on, Charlie. We're rooting for you, bro.
I'll miss you, Charlie.
I know. I'm here.
I'll miss
Charles,
you when it's over, though.
I think you need an iPhone. That might
No,
help.
Twitter needs to fix their shit. I'm a loyal Samsung Galaxy user.
All right.
Cardano, can't debate.
I had a concession for Twitter. I was like, okay, I'll log on my iPad and that'll work. And it doesn't even work on a fucking iPad. So come on, they gotta beat me.
Yeah, the app is
They gotta beat me halfway, man. I can't do a desktop. I can't do it Android. I can't do an iPad. Seriously, just the iPhone? Can't even get a normal app. All right. Well, anyway, if the iPad's a more powerful device than an iPhone too, so shouldn't that make more sense that the iPad will work? But, all right. Well, anyway. So Sean, it's a phenomenal question. And this is a $64,000 question. The answer is nobody really knows, because the other thing is, what happens when the big guys?
64,000 see's like a pretty low ball for this question. I feel like it's probably 64 billion.
Yeah, I like, what was that? That was the pyramid, that old talk show, that old game show.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Well, I think your answer is really fascinating, and what I guess it's really ultimately touching upon, which is what I really want to know, is what do you think then the relationship is between, let's say if Cardano does what it's setting out to do and becomes a global standard, let's say an economic alternative to the fiat system for the whole world. What is the relationship of a system like that succeeding with governments and war and violence? Because I know this is a weird topic, but it's something I care a lot about, because my parents are were pacifists, anti-war activists, and I'm really against war myself. And I just feel like there's an incentive structure in a successful global cryptocurrency that does not incentivize violence as much as the current system does. Do you feel that there's some kind of end game that could actually save the world? I know that sounds crazy, but do you feel like there's any possibility for that?
100%. I firmly believe that. That's why I'm here. I mean, there's nothing in life I can do that's more meaningful than the work that we do here, because at the end of the day, the stakes are, if we win, the world has peace. I was a part of the Ron Paul movement back in 2007, and we had a very simple campaign message. It was just 3 things. It was, choose liberty, a humble foreign policy, and sound money. And they were all interconnected to each other, and at the end of the day, if you have a broken monetary policy and you have a corrupt government and you don't choose liberty, then you basically embrace a war machine that has an incentive to go around the world and kill people in perpetuum, because they make $1 trillion a year doing it. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. And we keep trying to put a coat of paint on it, but that is what it is. And they never end. They never stop. And you can, the definition of insanity, at least one of them, is doing different things. They're doing the same thing again and again and expecting different results. So if you have money work the same way it worked 50 years ago, if you have society work the same way it worked 50 years ago, why are we complaining that we have the problems of 50 years ago? If we want to get rid of war, famine, and disease, you got to change the game. And
the thing is, I don't think they want to get rid of it because they make so much money off of it. So my last question, follow-up question, would be, how do we change the messaging then of crypto? Because I don't hear this narrative anywhere, not even in the crypto space, the peace narrative. And I feel like it's really the most interesting and game-changing aspect of decentralization, is that it eliminates the need for central bankers and centralized state forces. I find that to be a really underexplored area, and I think it's a narrative that people might like more than the Elon bought 1 billion Bitcoin narrative.
Well, I believe in the Paul Halmos method of doing things. You tell them what you're going to do, you do it, and then you tell them what you did. So, we told them for years, hey, we're going to go and do this in Africa. And I went there. I've been to tons of African countries, and every year I go to the continent. I just got back. I went to 6 countries. I went from South Africa up to Egypt. And we met with leaders like the president of Burundi and the president of Zanzibar, and we met with all kinds of people. And this year we're starting a microfinance end-to-end product with a company called Possessia that's based in Kenya. It's led by a local Kenyan entrepreneur. Her name is Hilda, wonderful woman. She turned down a job at Google just to work in Nairobi and do these types of things. So there's a lot of passion there. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to solve that problem for them. And if it works, thousands, then tens of thousands, and millions of people will join. And then eventually you have a movement. And, there's already 2 million plus people in the Cardano ecosystem. That's a movement. And it was nothing 5 years ago. So now that's something, and we could wake up and have 20 million or 200 million. And if you have the right core, the right principles, the right transparency about it, and the right messaging, it may take a while and might be super frustrating, but there's an inevitability behind victory because we're on the right side of history and we have ultimately the right message. You're basically preaching equality. You're saying that whether you're Bill Gates or a poor farmer in Senegal, you should have equal access to the same necessities of life. And instead of trusting somebody to make that happen, you're building a system where that by design is the way it operates and nobody can change it. I'm the creator of Cardano. I have no ability to change the protocol to make it more fair for me versus anyone else. Okay, that time has passed. So if that's the case, then no nation state or otherwise could tinker with it. In fact, we currently have a deal with a nation state that's in a civil war, in this case, Ethiopia, and there's 5 million people getting an identity system and being brought on. No one can change what's being put onto that system, whether it's politically convenient or not. In fact, the government came to us and said, we really like this system because the Civil War has destroyed tons of academic records and made it super difficult for students that aren't in your system to be able to get their transcripts to be portable. Can you accelerate the program because we might want to extend it to an additional 15 million people? So, we tend to be cynical at times and say, oh, well, they will never let us do that. Oh, first off, who the fuck is they? They're people no smarter than us, and they're people no more courageous than us, and in many cases, less so. They're cowards that hide behind power structures and suckle on the teats of society, and they get away with it because they happen to control the flow of information. Fuck them. We're just going to go build our own system, and we're just going to go and do it one way or the other. And if you convince another person, they can convince another person, and you wake up one day and it's a movement, and it's a movement with the history on its side, and you get it done. And, I was in South Africa, and I met with the Ramaphosa family, and, I went over to Cyril's house. They're now in charge of the country. But they marched with Nelson Mandela. It seemed really dreary back in the day during the apartheid days about this idea that they'd even get social equality, much less that someone like Mandela would become the president of the country. But it happened. And his acolytes are now there. And, they're moving forward. And say what you will about it, it's an amazing transformation. So it's really just a question of horizons and how patient are you and what are you willing to sacrifice to get there. And if it's a game of one person, you can always assassinate that person or diminish that person or destroy their character in the court of public opinion. That's why that Jenga tower analogy is so important. The philosophical soul of our ecosystem has always been how decentralized are we? Because the more decentralized we are, it massively reduces the attack surface to a point where there is no viable way to attack a philosophy or an idea. And if you have a philosophy and idea that has basic moral principles behind it, eventually it wins, especially if it's more efficient. Another thing about Africa is if I can get a world financial system to work in Africa, it's by definition going to be better, more resilient, faster, and cheaper than any financial system in the entire world. How the fuck does the legacy system compete against that? They're out charging overdraft fees and shutting down bank accounts and, deplatforming people and basically screwing anybody they can get their hands on and suckling as much money. And meanwhile, we're making it cheaper than a penny to send them any amount of money anywhere in the world and make it programmable and do anything you want with it. And all the great innovations everybody gets. Every paper I've written is patent free. There's 130 of them. Anybody can use them. Every line of code we've written is royalty free. And that's mostly true for almost every one of the 8,000 cryptocurrencies around, which means my competitors' innovations are mine and their innovations are mine and vice versa. So we all evolve together. And you can't compete against that. That's a movement. The cat's out of the bag. Nation states are starting to get on board. The IMF was threatening Bukele in El Salvador. So they said, fuck it. Just going to go, make Bitcoin the national currency. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with it, a lot of moving pieces to it. But the fact that a nation state can now opt out of the world financial system and somehow live to tell the day is telling you that we're winning at the end of the day. It just takes patience and progress. And that's what makes the game fun and interesting. And I always choose to be an optimist. You go have a Don Quixote-esque attitude and go chase those windmills. But at the end of the day, you have to have a sanity check every now and then. And the fact that I was in Mongolia a few years ago, I was talking to a camel herder out in the Gobi Desert, and he asked me what I did through a translator. And I explained it to him. He said, "You mean it like Bitcoin?" And I was like, "You know about Bitcoin?" He's like, "I own some." I'm telling you, if a dude in a fucking tent in the middle of the desert of Mongolia who has no running water, no electricity, and like basically lives like Genghis Khan lived in 1300, it knows of Bitcoin and owns some. I'm telling you, these central bankers got nothing on us. We're going to win. It's just a matter of time and patience. We got to keep the faith, and I think we will get there.
Fuck, I have chills, guys. That was amazing, Charles. Thank you, man.
All right, I'm going to bed, everybody. I wish I could stay forever, but I would keep getting rugged, and it's like 1:30 and 3:30 for cold pizza. Thank you, Cold, for letting me crash your party, man. I appreciate it.
We love the Charles.
This was electric, my
Charles.
friend. I
Charles.
really appreciate you
thanks for coming, Charles. We appreciate you.
Charles, one more thing.
Charles, thanks.
Good night, everybody.
My friend. Take it easy.
We got to hang out sometime, man. You got to come to the ranch.
Yo, I'm coming through.
That, dude. I'll slide into your DMs, but I would love to meet you. That was very inspiring. That last bit really gave me chills and reminded me of why I'm in crypto, man. That's some real shit.
Hey, Charles, one more thing. Oh
boy.
Okay.
I'm gonna DM you. Can you follow me? I got a question.
Oh
man. All right. I followed you. Slide into my DMs. Be nice about it. Talk to you guys later.
Yo, Charlie, man, take it easy. Yo, listen, just before we go any further, guys, I just want to say, look, man, like holding a space with like 1,800, 2,000 people is no big feat. Cold Pizza, When Milk, and Zupa have been really holding it down. You know what? The least everybody can do is give them a follow. Like this is such a wonderful experience, and it's not like this is going to be the last kind of spaces they hold. And I might as well shamelessly plug myself. Give Lobsy a follow too while we're at it. Anyways, just wanted to say that.
Yo, Lobsy.
Yeah, give Lobsy a follow. He's the funniest person on Twitter.
So I don't really know. So at like 10:30, like 5 hours ago, I had the space that started, and it was just like me and Zupa, the first two people. And we were just chilling, and then there's like 2,000 people, pretty much, with, the Cardano founder. I think that's one of the. It's a top 10 crypto coin. I mean, I
think so.
Yeah. Look up there. They just flipped Solana apparently while live on the Spaces. Now I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
Oh, I also want to say too, man, Sean, dude, this is the first time I've heard you talk, but you're my fucking guy, bro. I fucking love you, man. And you know what? You were very well articulate on on your questions and even your answers about music and stuff like that. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you too, bro. Honestly, I got chills listening to Charles that last bit because for me, the bottom line of, people in my life who don't know about crypto, they're always like, why are you always like, checking this shit out? It's like, you're crazy. And I'm reminded of why it means so much to me, because the world's falling apart around us and the economy's falling apart and Putin's invading Ukraine and China might invade Taiwan. Like everything's so crazy. And from Trump to Biden, like crypto is actually the only thing in my life that gives me this real fundamental optimism for society. And when Charles articulated those things so beautifully, it just solidified my resolve, that the feeling of my being right about this. Like, I do think this is a revolution, and it's not just about flipping NFTs and making gains, even though that's cool to do. It's about like changing the world in a way that it has never happened before, and that potentially could actually save lives. Like, I know that sounds pretentious, but I really believe that shit, and I think
dude,
that's
but
where he's coming from.
When he was talking about Africa, no, like 100%. Like that's like what you're talking about is like what I envision as like such a best case scenario of an outcome for crypto, to like really help like struggling nations, like to really, you know, help get their stuff together. And like, you know, dude, what he's doing is very altruistic compared to like other people that release other kind of coins or other things into our ecosystem. So yeah, man, I get that. And that was fucking awesome, actually. I don't know how else to put it.